Wait, what? As we are? Question mark. Once again, question mark. Alive upon the internet? Exclamation point! A little bit late though. My apologies. My apology. Yeah, kinda ran into some stuff and had to take some time for it. Yeah, this is working. This is working. Yay! Is my audio working correctly? It is this time. Yeah, as we're having a little bit of a hot start of just jumping in. Yes. I had to do a little bit of running around. But luckily everything's fixed now. Yeah, and the Veiled Tactics event now live. Yes, it is. Oh, and I'll say new bundle in the store. And yeah, and we already got that new bundle already, even on this gal. And yeah, first things first is that we're actually going to go and record ourselves the SMG video.
Safe area detected.
Yeah, hey, the game feels weird now. What? Why? Oh, is it the movement thing you mean? The like not having the animations, like. Although it doesn't always do it, right? Although, well, or is it something else? I'm assuming it's that, but just the movement. They did this once before, right? It was in a PTS. It was like this, or didn't even make it to the game. I don't remember. But, like back to previous state where cover was broke. What do you mean? I haven't done much combat yet, but didn't notice anything obviously off. But also, yeah, I haven't played much yet. Hey, and Buttricks actually even worked for once. Yeah, so let's actually grab this lady. Let's grab this, and what is maybe 2 of the better looking SMGs? We should have the Grudge, definitely. Yeah, let's do that. Let's take a Grudge and let's take an AUG. What's up? It's a... No, wait, what happened there? Just jump this down a bit. What would be the P90? Nah, let's take an AUG. Yeah. Kill beaches. That's it. They knocked me out of it. Let's actually prep this weapon up. Oh, it's prepped up already. So actually optimize this up. But 0.1 of a point. We'll re-roll this to be fast hands. Actually, we'll do flatline. We'll likely actually make the other one the one for the stash. this one, because it is fully guard roll.
The hell?
And yeah, let's take Coyote, let's take Cheska Chest. And this over here. It is the build. But let's actually keep Firewall on. Yeah. And I was thinking Sky Theater. Let's see, it's hard to explain what this one, but basically if you run to cover, the character sticks to some parallel universe cover. Okay. Is it with cover to cover, or is it just when just going into cover? Because yeah, I played some Eclipse and stuff. I didn't do much cover yet. Yeah, with the lights off here. I was thinking of using that area. Did I have another place where like they're set up to fight? I don't think so, right? Let's go firing range on the campus. I'll just use that. Something symbols. Something when you shoot from it does not get out of cover in the bullet, just goes straight in it. Oh, yeah. Some weapons already always did that, annoyingly. 870, for instance.
You want the best gear? I've got the best gear.
Actually, it's back here, I don't know. Yeah. You know what? We'll just do it with the band. We'll just use the band here as our intro position. Let's put my character more like here-ish. Hello, lady. Can I help you? You like need something? You want to chat about something? Wait, what? The patch is somewhere else. What? I didn't even notice that with the drag off thing. Why is the patch on my arm? Or I mean, it's on patch, but I mean, why is it on my forearm instead of my shoulder? Huh. That's interesting. Yeah, let's use this. Let's use this as the intro. Well, she disagreed. Wait, is this her movement pattern? Will she just come? No, this is a different lady. That's that lady. We'll just go with the intro and we'll see what. Indeed, they just want to be in on it. Oh yeah. Yep. You know what? I think I'm gonna go stand here. Think that will be a. Let's at least be looking towards it. I like that. Yeah, let's record an intro and then we'll go from there. What am I even going to say in this intro? I haven't even barely thought about this video. We'll see how it goes. I need to prep the folder and spool up the hard disk. This is just not a safe place to stand, is it? Yeah, we'll just do it quick. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we're going to continue our in-depth looks with the third installment so far into SMGs and how they are acting now on... Sir, I'm trying to... Sir? Jesus
Hello
Christ.
there.
You know what? Let's go stand here. I feel this is far enough back that it won't get us into trouble much. What? Okay, we'll just stare at your butt for 2 seconds. This is. Okay. What if I go stand here? I feel nobody's been has been going through here. We found the hardest challenge in the game. It's not solo title or something or duoing the incursion. It's trying to find the spot where people won't bump into you here. The no bump challenge. It starts here. Yeah, let's go again. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we're going to have an in-depth look into. That's not the order of things. Into the third installment. What? That was where my brain was headed. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we're going to have our third installment of in-depth look, as we'll go and have an in-depth look at SMGs on strikers. This will be the third one, and this will end the automatic weapons. With this one, we words are hard. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for this video, we're going to have our third installment of the in-depth look series, and that's going to be into SMGs and how they have changed with the recent patches. There has been a little bit of a shuffling around of the weapons that are the top tier weapons in that list. We're going to compare them on strikers, and we're doing it on strikers as well, so that after this one, we'll have done all three types of automatic weapons. And we can then compare all three weapon types, ARs, SMGs, and LMGs, all together in one big list. But that's in the future. For now, we're going to have to go look at SMGs and which ones are to pick now and which ones are kind of out of favor. So yeah, let's jump into first the premise, where I'll explain what the core conceits are of the choices that we're going to make. And I'll give these guys won't despawn as long as I'm here, so we'll just use them as our background. And don't hate that anyway. Yeah. Let's delete all the other ones where we ended up looking at people's butts. That was, how long was that? That was 54 seconds. That's fine. It was a little bit mumbly, but you know, I am IKEA. With the helmet and mask, no, it comes just like this. Although, because there is the, isn't there the, like the hyena one would kind of fit? Don't remember though, like, where that one is. Is it in caps? No, it might be in caps. I mean, that kind of works, but no, it doesn't come with helmet or actually any, like, no backpack, no nothing like that. It's just the uniform and a weapon skin thingy, which this is the one I was thinking of. Well, this is with hyena colors on the back of it, so that doesn't make much sense, but you know, that good. Oh, that was a zoom in. It's not the worst. But yeah. Also, I'm actually, yeah, I wouldn't use the caps and stuff anyway, so we're just using this. Open up video bombing your intro, yeah. Yeah, this is a busy area when they're playing. You know, everybody wants to watch the band. It's understandable. Yes, let's actually do this even. And swap these two around. So holding this thing now. Yes. So what do I need to cover? Let's get this spreadsheet up. So yeah, let's start there. Yeah, let's do the premise of it. So yeah, 20%, 60% headshot damage, or crit damage, or armor damage, damage to armor. Short range coyote. What else? The build. And oh yeah, grade 25. Everything's great. Yeah, let's go over that. And I'm gonna start a recording in 3, 2. And what it is predicated on is basically another spreadsheet that I've prepared. It is also in the burst and sustain tables. It will be linked down below, both the burst and sustain tables and a direct link to the spreadsheet. This one is similar to the other two, if you have seen those with the ARs and the LMGs, where we have taken all, not all actually, LMG or SMGs. We have skipped specifically one, I believe, here, and a bunch of the names as well. And we've put them all together in one big list, including the exotics in several settings, especially for the exotics. For instance, with the chatterbox, we're going for 5 stacks, 3 stacks, and 0 stacks, just to see where they land with those kind of choices. And of course, all of the high ends. And with most of the high ends, we are going at least a fast stance and then a damage talent. In this case, some of them are actually optimist. Usually we go with strained for a lot of weapons. Here, some weapons do prefer optimist. And for the weapons that can have flatline, like the Vector 45, we are going to go with flatline as well in there because it is a very relevant talent. Let's look at the build that we'll be using as our comparison point, and that is strikers. Now, while SMGs fit in really well with Hunter's Fury and such, we're doing it especially on strikers so that we've done all builds on strikers, and then we can compare all of them, all 3 weapon types together. So that is why we are choosing strikers here, for instance. And the setup is actually different than this, as I noticed that I have my Cheska still equipped there, but we are going with strikers, everything roll to crit damage where it can, and then a Grupo chest and 1 piece of Coyote. We're pairing that with SMGs, especially when they are with 3 mods, like the Banshee that we have there, which can have 3 crit chance mods. We'll go with having the crit chance be 58, with weapons that are below or have only 2 mods, which is a few of them in the SMG category. Hello. With them, we will have a crit chance mod in there as well to take us to 60. And the reason for that is that we aren't actually putting the Coyote at 15 to 25, as we have been doing for the ARs and LMGs. But in this case, we're putting it at 0 to 15, a range that I think is much more fitting for SMGs, where with ARs and LMGs, 15 to 25 makes more sense to me, at least. Again, we are choosing in the calculations, well, that isn't the case here. In the calculations, all of the weapons are graded to 25, so we will be acting as if they're graded to 25. That is important, of course, to especially Optimist and how effective it is. Also, we are choosing again 20% headshot activeness. So we're taking the 70% headshot, we're taking 20% of that, which is in this case 14, as it is in this list. And together with that, we're taking 60% DTA again, although none of the weapons here will have DTA, or DTH. So it is irrelevant to the comparison here, at least. So. But yeah, those are the choices that we've been making. So grade 25, 20% headshot rate, which will affect especially as well strained and how effective that is. Because if we had 100% headshot is additive to crit damage before it goes in. And in those cases, you would have sometimes Optimus winning against strained at 100%, where with 20% we wouldn't. But I think 20% is basically a fair number to pick. So yeah, and we are of course averaging out strained basically over entire mag, so it is as if we're fully unloading and reloading. And that also causes some other stack-based items to kind of be pretty high up here, but we'll actually start by comparing, and I'll explain it further, basically. That was a weird way to end it, but how long is that? Did I forget anything? That was 4 minutes. That's fine. Yeah, let's pull it up bigger. Not that one. This one. Even bigger. And we'll start, we'll just start talking. We'll just start talking, and we'll stop talking when the talking is through. Because yeah, I feel I've said everything. We discussed the 3 mod weapons, the 2 mod weapons. Yeah, let's start. Actually, let's have a coffee. Just having a look, kind of. If there's anything I kind of forgot to be about it. No, not really. Yeah, let's just go.
Good to see you.
What? All these people talking into me at the inside of the game. Yeah, because somebody kind of distracted me for a second as I suddenly had like "Hello, agent" in my ear. But luckily, when I'm talking, it just the compressor does its work and just side chains all of that out. Yeah, let's just get going. And here's the big list, a little bit bigger, just so we can read it a little bit more readily. But of course, if you want to follow along, it can maybe be easy to just open up the file and have it open. One thing we're going to start talking about is where this green arrow is. This is where I've put the 100% points, because I didn't want to put it all the way up here with the backfire at 200%. Mostly because that is not really a realistic number. The backfire doesn't start with 200 sacks, and is very much high up there. The weapon that we're picking as the first one is a vector with the 45 vector with a flatline in this case as our top burst weapon, as this first list we're comparing is going to be on burst, and later on we'll be having the same with sustain, everything sorted by sustain. This Vector 45 with flatline, I feel, is the first weapon in this list that kind of will hit its number, except there is one higher, although I also didn't want to start with that one, and that is the Ouroboros. And the Ouroboros will just do this number. Let's start actually talking about some of these exotics. So backfire with 200 stacks, although on this build, so on the build as we saw it, it is a build not made for it. It doesn't have any bleed resistance, so you'll just die. There is no way to really get around that unless you are getting hazard protected by somebody else, or you're hazard protecting yourself in some way with some healing, although that's still only 50%, so where's the rest coming from? If you could, though, if the backfire didn't have the bleed mechanic, and you could stack it to 200, so you would have to hit 200 shots. In that 200 shots, this Ouroboros has already killed everybody around and is already off to take a cigarette break. The backfire is still there shooting and trying to get to 200 sacks. And that's the reason I wouldn't take this as a real number. It is still in this list, though, because I wanted to see how high it would go. And yeah, the backfire is at the top. Secondly, we have the Lady Death here with the talent active. So Lady Death has it again as well in the same way that it has its talent, of course. When you run around, you're building up stacks. Once you start firing, you'll use up those stacks. When it is active, it is actually pretty high up here, and actually higher than the Ouroboros. But of course, the Ouroboros never loses its ability to do the damage. It just does the damage. Its talent is something minor, just to it might do something. I still haven't figured out what, but I think it does something. But yeah, the Lady Death has a very specific talent related to its damage, and it's not always active. Because we'll look here already to actually discuss the Lady Death in full, that we have to scroll quite a few ways down, all the way to the bottom of this burst list, where the inactive Lady Death lives. And this is the reason why Lady Death is not viable for PvE, at least. In PvP, where you could maybe get the kill in those 32 rounds, or maybe run around and fill back up before you need to unload, as you know, sometimes you kind of just run around each other, circling each other, spiraling to death. That could work. In PvE, it just doesn't have enough uptime on its talent. 32 rounds isn't enough to kill everything. And when it is inactive, it is way down here. Let's go back up as well, because we have the Chatter, or the Ouroboros, of course, next. And yeah, the Ouroboros is the top in this list. It is, of course, only from the incursion. Its talent being status affecting, which doesn't do much. So, but that doesn't matter because its damage is godlike and always has been and continues to be. It is quite a lot higher than that Vector 45 with flatline. 10% more. But of course, this is just doing it always, and you don't need to be locked into Technician. There is no prerequisite in other ways. Even though this Vector 45 can kind of reach these numbers, it also can't actually have the same sustain, because the sustain of this weapon is 17% higher. So its lower bound is also so much higher. The Ouroboros is well worth getting, but of course, yeah, it is tied to incursion. It isn't there for everyone. Most people, if you want to get one, it's definitely not impossible. It's actually pretty easy. Plenty of people have stubbornly done it with 2 and 3 mans. So if they can do it with 1 person less, even okayish team with 4 people can get through it through the incursion and try their hands at getting Ouroboroses. Yeah, if we continue on, actually, well, before we continue on, let's actually look at the backfire. So let's do the backfire story first, because we'll go to the Chatterbox story next. So the backfire at 200 stacks is way at the top. At 100 stacks, it is actually competing with that Dark Winter. With the Vector 45 and the Dark Winter just above it. That's why I thought about it. But that is a different story when we need to go at 0 stacks, and that is all the way but down here. So going from 0 stacks to 100 stacks, it being crit damage and being additive to itself is very diminishing returny. And that means that, yeah, going from 0 to 100 stack gains it quite a lot in steps. It goes from 80% all the way to this 100. It doesn't gain the same amount, actually, going from 100 to 200 relatively, just because it is, of course, yeah, it is a lot more lossy crit damage. And that 200 stacks is kind of attainable only in certain ways. This 100 stacks is a little bit more attainable. But again, this is on a striker that isn't meant for it. So normally you would put this on a bleed resist striker or a bleed resist high-end build. And then you're losing a lot, because that 100 is also still not survivable for its bleed. If we go to the Chatterbox next, here we have it at the top with 5 stacks. So the Chatterbox has a mechanic where if you reload in the presence of enemies, it counts the enemies as each one being 1 stack within its range. That will give you a rate of fire buff, and you can actually keep this rate of fire buff up because every kill will refill half of your magazine size. Now, this Chatterbox on strikers, as we have it there, is pretty powerful at 5 stacks. It isn't even beating the Ouroboros though, and getting the 5 stacks and keeping it consistently can be done for certain content, but for instance, on solo, if you're doing, for instance, territory controls, there's only 4 enemies solo on the first wave, meaning that you can't even get 5 stacks. In groups, of course, you're competing for the kills. Then again, where more enemies spawn, you're competing for the kills now, so you will likely lose your stacks, because if you reload, it will basically change the rate of fire to how many enemies were in your vicinity at the time of reload. So if you have to reload, you will likely lose your 5 stacks. If we then scroll down, the 3 stacks, which is maybe a little bit more attainable generally, but also is, I had to pick a number between the 0 and 5. So I went with 3 in this case. Just to have it be a little bit higher than the 2 one. Also a little bit more of a generally achievable number, I would say, to have generally up and kind of like the average that you will have up. You might have 2 at times, you might have 5 at times. And that takes the chatterbox quite down. And of course, you're reliant on how many enemies are around you, because if you're fighting, for instance, rogues or something, and you're solo, you have only 2 enemies to even reload from to get 2 stacks off of. One thing as well that does help is to know that things like deployed skills, for instance, especially shock traps or something, do count for this as well. So you can actually use shock traps, for instance, to get this very high, but the enemy has to deploy them, of course, which is only sometimes relevant. Kajika fight, basically. You can actually use Chatterbox pretty effectively there. And then, yeah, the 0 stacks, if it doesn't have any rate of fire buff, it has basically, it is the worst damage. This is kind of the downside of the Chatterbox. It is very uppy-downy. The Ouroboros, of course, still just pure outbeats it and is much more of a better choice. But also, I would say most of the high-end weapons will be a better choice, especially on the PvE end. So yeah, let's start getting into some of those high-end weapons. That's kind of long. Let's see how long. That was 9 minutes. That's fine though. That's like the big. In SMG is the. The exotics are the annoying part, because all of them have kind of damage talent. You kind of have to discuss them all. Guys, yeah, let's continuing on. And yeah, somebody bumped into my cam there. Let's go stand here. Maybe somebody won't at that point. We'll just have a little bit more color in the background. Yeah, let's go with this. No, actually, let's grab the burst and sustain. Did these kind of line up here? Yeah. Let's go to SMG. Yeah. Yes. And to start discussing the high ends. First, this is the burst and sustain table, the main file, without accounting for a build, where we are comparing the weapons on their burst and sustain. This list, though, is actually kind of reflected in what we will see in a second. And most of it is down that the top weapons in here, unlike with the ARs, where some of the top weapons are without an extra mod, or don't have the all 3 crit chance mods, that doesn't really happen here until much later. There's a few -3 mods here, having no crit chance mods. But what does happen actually when we start thinking about talents is actually what shifts the stuff around quite a bit. And that is that if we start looking at talents especially, some weapons cannot have some of the better talents. So Strained usually still will beat out, especially because we're doing it at grade 25. But some weapons, you will see that we have chosen to go Optimist. For instance, this MP7. So that is actually really what is happening here. We're getting the differences together with some of the talents, because some of the talents, of course, are more effective on, for instance, Strained does actually get a higher multiplier out of it, basically, if you're using it on a somewhat slower firing weapon over a faster firing weapon. And of course, for instance, Optimist doesn't care what the magazine size is. Strained really does. So that's, for instance, that MP7. But let's start here actually with one that we're still skipping as the 100%, but it is just above the 100%. And this is this Dark Winter. This is Dark Winter, but with the buff active at 100% of the time, which is, again, of course, something that isn't reality, basically. We can't really account For instance, with strained and such, we can kind of average it out over the mag, and we can kind of consider that as being somewhat the percentage that they will be. For Dark Winter, how often is it active? That's reliant on you, that's reliant on the content you're doing, that's reliant on if you're doing it in a group or not and competing for the kills. When you're solo, it will be active a lot more. But at the very least, we can say it's not active for the first kill because you need at least a kill to activate. And that first kill might not even activate it as it is chance-based. But then the Vector 45 with Flatline, we can kind of say that this is its actual number. Oh, I'm going to cut it there and actually take a sip. I felt that coming. Yes, yeah. Let's it was kind of on the horizon. Also, that wasn't like I was way too long-winded there. So also, yeah, let's not know that one. Let's take the main one, put it there though, actually. So I don't have to close it. Yeah, let's try that again. And to start discussing some of the high ends, first up, I've pulled up here the burst and sustain tables, the normal ones without the builds being calculated in there. And we'll see mostly the representation of this because most of the weapons at the top here, unlike with ARs, aren't without -1 mods, meaning that most of them kind of land up in the same way. What we will see, though, once we go to this this big file, is that there is actually some variance, and most of it is caused by some weapons being able to use some talents. So, for instance, the Vector 45 can use Flatline. It does have a long rail. So can the MP5, so can the AUG. Other weapons can't. And, of course, Flatline is the top, well, it isn't the top damage dealer, but I mean, Sadist and such exists, but it is one of the more consistently able to be used talents and is very effective with its 15%. And you can actually have a really, I mean, perfect uptime on it, really. For instance, here with Strained and such, Strained, for instance, does really care about magazine size. So a lot of the weapons that have smaller magazine size, looking at you, MP7, they will actually prefer Optimist in these cases, and we'll use Optimist for them because we'll just pick whatever makes the most sense for the weapon in the category or in the with the conditions that we have chosen. For instance, as well with the 20% headshot. Starting off, we have the Dark Winter here, but this is the Dark Winter with its talent always active because we can't really make a real consideration for how active this talent will be. So I just have it turned on here basically, and if you want to have the turned off number, you can actually look at the Vector 45 with fast hands as the burst number because that will align directly with the burst number that this Dark Winter will do when it isn't active. And yeah, we can actually scroll down a little bit and it's all the way down there. So the Dark Winter is basically going between this 88%, 89%, let's say, and then a little bit above the line for when it is active. What we can definitely say is that you need to get at least a kill to make it active, so it's never always active. And that means that, yeah, I would not pick it personally. I never really would pick it in the past. It works pretty well solo especially, but yeah, in groups, if you're competing with other people for the kills, it falls away quite fast. I also like consistency a lot better and would definitely pick fast hands really over it. Then we have Vector 45 with Flatline because it can have Flatline, and Flatline being very powerful, it is actually our 100% point. This is the first weapon where I would say this can actually be always achieved because you can have this is together as well. We're altering the build to fit it, so we've actually swapped one of the crit chance mods over to the linked laser pointer. We've put the technician on it basically, and then also swapped one of the crit damages to crit chance to achieve this. So we are accounting for all of those kind of things. That's why we are putting it, when putting it on a build, then it kind of like starts actually giving somewhat realistic numbers. And yeah, that is our 100% point. It is very strong, of course, the flatline being a very strong talent, but of course locking you into technician. Next up then, right after it comes the Banshee with Strength, and it's not far behind on the burst, and it is actually quite a bit ahead on the sustain. This is why I think the Banshee actually will be the main high-end SMG of this from now on. In the past, the three top weapons used to really be Banshee and MPX kind of competing as general use items, and the Vector was always, the Vector 45 was very much in there in the race as the burst king. The Vector 45 now, even on the burst stables, on the main burst stables, is actually behind the Banshee. This kind of kills the Vector 45 for me, because this is, of course, a stringed weapon versus a flatline weapon. And while we can still go Vector 45 with flatline and beating the Banshee, we can just go Banshee with strain, not locking ourselves into technician. And especially, for instance, for me, that likes fast hands a lot, we'll see later on that fast hands Banshee actually beats the Vector 45. Then we have actually the TAC Vector 9mm. We're actually leaving out one of the vectors, the large magazine, small damage vector. We're just leaving that out. It doesn't compete in any category, so this is the TAC Vector with the 19-round base magazine with a higher base damage. And actually with Optimist here, because it has actually a tiny mag size, so Strained would really fall away on it. It is actually doing really well, and it is of course the top burster actually in the category. But because it has to go with Optimist here and has, you know, a small mag and doesn't gain as much from Optimist just doesn't gain as much as Strained will, especially with the conditions that we have. Grade 25 again. The Strained on a Banshee that is behind will actually, with those talents included, will actually jump ahead of it. So this is the reason why I wouldn't pick that weapon, even though it is the top of the burst table. Its main issue is that its damage per mag is horrendous, because it only has a 39 round mag, and that is horrendous. Even if you try to mitigate it with fast hands, for instance, to give it fast reloads, it just falls behind other choices just because of that mag size. Next up is actually also one of the standouts. I didn't realize it actually at first, as it didn't stand out in the burst tables that much, but especially here, AUG with flatline, and AUG being a pretty good weapon in the SMG class. It is actually decently accurate, same kind of like the Banshee, really, but it has a long rail, and it has a much better reload generally than the Banshee, meaning that it does actually contend a little bit on the burst with the Banshee, for instance here. Although, of course, this is flatline versus strained. If we take the AUG with strained versus the Banshee with strained, we see that they are a little bit further apart, but the Banshee is still not sustaining as well as the AUG. So the AUG is going to be kind of like the ACRE of this category, I feel. It is actually pretty good, and it, of course, two of the variants have long rails, so they can take flatline, and flatline is very powerful. So yeah, the AUGs are actually looking pretty good. Next up, we have the Grudge, and the Grudge being the named Banshee. The Banshee being really good makes the Grudge kind of good. In this case, we haven't fully altered the build to really fit in Grudge. And this is, again, kind of like with the Dark Winter. It is 100% uptime kind of numbers for it, which, of course, it can't do because it needs to do at least one kill before you can activate it. It activates on kill, so for at least the first kill, it isn't active. Crit chance wise, we can't really lose any crit chance effectively. We can't, for instance, put in a Fox's Prayer or something to get a crit chance out. So we aren't making full use of the crit chance part of it. We're just mostly looking at that 18% crit damage of it. And that kind of, actually, yeah, it is pretty high up in here. That minor 18% crit damage with a tiny amount of crit chance that it brings along is enough to actually make it contend. And of course, this is group-wide. So you're applying that 18% coyote-wise kind of close to your allies, all of your allies around you. So the Grudge is actually now a standout weapon, especially because of its base weapon being so good already. Next up, we have another standout in this category, but here, because actually we can't go with Strain for it, because it has such a small mag, MP7 with Optimist. The Optimist outright beats Strength for this weapon just because the max size. But because it can't go Strength as the Banshee, even though on the burst tables it is above the Banshee, once you start thinking of talents like this, because both of them can't go flatline either, for instance. So it's basically for a damage challenge, you kind of, or you could go Killer, for instance, with it and kind of make it compete like that. But yeah, especially with Optimus, it is way far behind and actually is losing out to the Banshee that it is ahead of on the burst tables. But it is still a standout here as well. I would say definitely the Banshee, the MP7 actually as the second place, and the AUG are the three standout weapons for high-end. The Vector is still kind of competing, although it kind of had the same thing as FAMAS in the ARs, although it is now a little bit too far behind. So here again as well, we have gone with, well, the AUGs, of course, we kind of discussed already. This Vector, again, needs to kind of go Optimist, which it has here, just because it has a smaller max size and a really high rate of fire, especially on Strikers. And that's altogether, yeah, just because it has to go Optimist, and Strength kind of would be higher here again for other weapons. Like the Banshee is gaining 9% from this. The Vector is only gaining like 4-something% from Optimist, or 6-something% for Optimist, and that kind of pushes it down. But the Vectors are kind of dead to me. The Banshee, basically, all the things that the Vectors used to do, the Banshee just does better. Same again for instance, getting the TAC Vectors in here. Although here we see the TAC Vector coming in as the first fast hands weapon, just because its burst is so high. Next up, we have the MP7 and the Banshee. So technically the MP7, even though it has a smaller mag size, just because its reload was lower and it's reloading often because of it, it does actually gain quite a bit from being on the fast hands. Of course, the fast hands isn't adding into the burst, but so we're getting basically the burst values. But sustain-wise, it is actually not that far behind of the Banshee now as well. It is a big jump actually between the two, just because the Banshee gains a lot because it has a very slow reload. If we then keep going, we see that we have the same thing as with that we had with LMGs, where we start seeing some fast hand weapons and then some weapons with damage talent. I would never pick these. So basically, we will end the list here for burst, which is that the UMPs, the Tommy guns, things like the SMG9, the M1928, cold relations as well here, and the PP all the way down there, the T82, the SMG9s, all of these are basically meaningless if a fast hands weapon can beat it, and a good fast hands weapon. So in this case, even if we take the Banshee, which is so much higher with damage talent as well, if this with fast hands that isn't giving anything into its burst number is beating a damage a weapon, a different SMG with a damage talent, yeah, it is to me that is basically end of story for that weapon, unless it has a standout feature. One thing I would say is UMP and the T82, even though, well, the UMP up here, the T82, T82-1, I wouldn't pick at all, but the UMP maybe with flatline for ammo conservation, but also, yeah, it is so far down that it's not worth it. The two we'll still discuss here is the PP19 didn't get a buff, and because of that, the cold relation as the named strength, the perfect strength. Perfect strength is actually decently okay. Its firing time is actually, it goes up to 8 stacks. That is exactly its firing time. So it will actually, if you unload it all the way, you get the full out of it. It is a very big buff, but the base weapon that it's on is horrendous, basically, because the PP19 is all the way down here, even with strength, all the way behind all of these fast hands weapons on a burst table. So that is kind of sad. And we have another one as well, of course, and that is the apartment. The apartment and the MPX. So one thing that used to be is the MPX and the Banshee were kind of head to head as being good weapons. The Banshee got a buff, the MPX didn't. That means that the MPX is kind of, it's kind of dead in the water for now. It's kind of has the same issues that the M4 and the Carbine 7 have in the AR category. They need a buff. And they still might get it. Project Resolve is not at an end, so maybe in the future. But because of that as well, the apartment being Perfect measured is, of course, well, perfect measured is the better measured, but that's still a better version of a bad thing. Because the MPX with strain is so much higher already. Apartment was never really good, especially with the settings that we're using here. It would never have really competed. And yeah, let's end this there as we've discussed most of the bursts. Let's go and talk about some sustain. Yay! Also, yeah, I saw Dodd with the raiding party there. Thank you very much. Actually, let me give you, as we're recording what's it called? An in-depth look. That's what I'm calling them. Let's give a shout out there. That's what I'm doing in the background-ish here, just to get it done for and edited tomorrow. And we're going through the SMGs, so yeah. Thank you for the raids there, Dad, and yeah, welcome raiders. Yeah, let me set up the game in there again. Let's see. That was kind of long, right? Okay, this one was the one with ending. Okay, that's 13 minutes. That's actually not too bad. That's not too bad. Yeah, it's 28 minutes so far, so we're kind of on track as with the same other ones. But yeah, there's a lot to discuss, so we're just going through that. Oh no, hey there, Panic. Yeah, let's do the thingy again, but now with sustain. So anything I need to think about? Not really. Let's just jump right in. Actually, let's have a coffee first. Okay, let's go. And here we're going to continue with sustain. And yeah, as always, just to briefly explain, so burst is basically the upper bound of the damage that a weapon theoretically will do as it's unloading. Sustain is the lower bound. So this is, if the lower bound is high enough, the band that the weapon damage lives in, it can actually matter. If it is high enough, a weapon may catch up to a different weapon, especially, for instance, the band is narrower and much higher. If the burst is just a few percent behind, but the sustain is much higher, that weapon might actually be the better choice. We see that, of course, for instance, with Def 2000, and we'll actually see that here again as well, with the Banshee especially. Let's start actually with the exotics again. The backfire, of course, is again at the top, but of course, again, not realistic. That's why we're starting actually with the second weapon as being the 100%, and that is the Banshee with fast hands. But to discuss the backfire first, the backfire, as we saw it, it is very high on the burst stables at 100 and 200 stacks. But of course, to find the 0 stacks version is all the way down here. This is the reason for backfire. And backfire, there isn't so many places. Just think about the times that you are actually firing 200 rounds in one fight, and there isn't more than 10 seconds in between those. The backfire really needs, to me, needs a mechanic for decaying. So instead of it all falling away in one go, it should decay in some form and maybe be less powerful but more consistent, because the consistency of it is so bad that, yeah, I wouldn't pick it. Same we have as well as, let's go through the exotics first. Again, the Chatterbox with 5 stacks, it is actually competing pretty high up here in the sustain, but it actually gets beaten outright by Banshee with fast hands. This is the reason why I really wouldn't pick it. It is a little bit above the Banshee with the damage talent. Here it is a little bit behind a Banshee with fast hands, but even if we try to find quickly the sustain-wise, the Banshee with strength, which is actually much lower apparently than I think it is. Actually, it is actually pretty far low down here. But even that range, it is in the middle of in the back end of all of the strains kind of here. But yeah, I would actually, for instance, an AUG with flatline, I would pick that kind of over this. The Chatterbox with 5 stacks is really good, but then if we want to go to 3 stacks and 0 stacks, as it is 3 stacks there and 0 stacks almost at the bottom here again. If you can keep some stacks going, it can be really good, but that's really only viable solo, maybe in lower difficulty content as well. But yeah, it isn't consistent enough. Then we have the Lady Death, and this is actually one of the things that kind of kills the Lady Death for me as well, is that while it was a little bit higher on the burst tables with it being active, here even on the sustain tables, it's pretty far low with it even being active, and it is the end of the road with it being inactive. And in PvE, you can't keep it active enough to really reliably hit that really good looking burst number that it does have. So all of the exotics in this category are kind of lackluster to me, except the Ouroboros, of course. But all of the general exotics are kind of lackluster just because they don't have the uptime required to really make them sing. Except, of course, the Ouroboros that doesn't have an uptime and has a damage to it that does really matter. Because, yeah, if we discuss the last one, the Ouroboros is very high on the burst. It's a little bit lower here in the sustain. It will lose to a Banshee on sustain with fast dance. But there's, of course, a Banshee with fast dance. It shouldn't win, hopefully, or high-end weapon with fast dance, as fast dance is one of the big jump ups for sustain. Let's continue on with the high ends now. Yeah, let's have a cut there. Guys, yeah, that's 4 minutes 30. That's kind of good. I'm okay with that. And then we'll continue on with the back with the backhands with the high ends. Oh, and hey there, Redrum. Welcome. And yeah, I hope you had a good stream. And so you got the back end of a few seconds after a rain of descenting. Hope that went well. Okay, this is actually a really good rotation. I actually want to maybe go do a descent as well after this, because this rotation, actually thinking about it, is likely one of the better ones we're going to get. But yeah, let's finish off this video first. For those wondering what I'm doing, I'm recording basically this to turn it into a video, the segments where I'm like kind of talking fast. Those are the ones where I'm just recording it, and that's just going to get all stitched together. And this is about the SMGs and their like placements. Let me actually bring this up for a second. And no worries, Redrum, and glad you liked it. And I always like your content, so but I would rate that way one time for once, as you are available. Nice. Yeah, let's go back to here. No, not that one. This one. I always forget which one's which. Yeah, let's go talk about some high ends. And yeah, when it comes to the high ends, we see actually that some of the regulars showing their faces again. The Banshee and the AUG. The MP7, though, is falling away a little bit. The Banshee is really going to be my pick, really, as a general use. It is pretty up there with the damage talent. It is pretty up there in sustain when it comes to fast hands. And of course, I like my fast hands. And the Banshee is doing really well with it. And also, one of the things is that the reload speed of the Banshee is the worst, or is like really bad. Might not be the worst in the category, although I think actually it might be. But because of that as well, it benefits the most from fast hands, of course. We're mitigating its worst part. And yeah, there's a 100% point here as the general gettable. But then again, as we see here, AUG is up here as well. And this actually is, to me, the surprising one. The AUG is very much up there in most categories, kind of competing. It is always kind of in second place, but it is still always there-ish. And of course, it does have a long rail, so where the Banshee does not. So if you need that long rail for instance, flatline, the AUG, I think, is going to be the go-to for that. The UMP here with fast hands, actually, that's the reason why it's up here, so that the UMP actually has the worst reload speed, so it benefits the most from it, and also it has a low rate of fire, so it benefits a lot from that. It is kind of up here, it kind of looks decent, but I still wouldn't pick it, just because its burst value in comparison to the AUG or the Banshee is so much worse. This is the reason we usually look at burst first. If the burst value is decent and there isn't anything really wrong with its sustain, that's usually the weapon you pick. The sustain is kind of the second item you look at and go like, is this good enough to use? And in this case, with the UMP, it's the inverse. The sustain is decent, the burst isn't. One thing we have here as well is the M1928. It actually is decent looking, especially as an ammo conservation weapon. It is actually doing really well because this is, of course, one of the weapons, this and the Tommy gun, actually, they're side by side, that have no crit chance mods. So the M1928 only has a magazine slot, so you can just make it a 50-round mag. The Tommy comes as a 50-round mag. I would definitely run them as fast hands, but both of them, again, have really low burst in comparison to their sustain. That kind of kills them for me. But they're actually surprisingly high. They got pretty big buffs, but of course, the build has been altered with, I believe, 3 crit chance mods even, to fit what they need. Next up, we have actually one that we didn't discuss during the exotics, but the Ouroboros is here. And yeah, the Ouroboros, well, actually we did. The Ouroboros, yeah, is very powerful, of course, on its burst, and its sustain is not lacking at all. That makes the Ouroboros still the go-to, of course, but on sustain, it can actually be beaten a little bit, a tiny amount, although with a fast hands weapon, of course. MBX, AUG, MB7. MB7, of course, is one of the standouts, especially when it comes to burst. The AUG with flatline is also here. But yeah, the MB7, as well, actually, we should discuss first the AUG. The AUG with the flatline here being the first damage talent, in the middle of all of the others with being fast hands, is actually a standout to me, because it was very high up in there when it came to bursts as well. So this is actually pretty good looking. AUG with a flatline is, I think, the thing is, we do want Firewall, and Firewall, of course, has its own buff, especially if we're going in short range. But in some reasons, for instance, Hunter's Fury Tech Tank, as I have it, I could see myself going flatline, although I'll go Ouroboros still, because Ouroboros is still much higher even than the flatline. But if I didn't have Ouroboros, I could see myself using an AUG with flatline. So that's actually, for instance, for me, on the Hunter's Fury Tech Tank, that's going to be the alteration for it. Or even if you don't have a Ouroboros and you want to try the Striker Tech Tank, I could see this being the go-to, the AUG with flatline. It is looking pretty well, and just because it has a decent reload, all of its other characteristics are okay, and it kind of just is. It is the old reliable, basically. MP7 with fast hands is actually looking pretty okay in here as well. Although with that high rate of fire and low mag, it is actually not keeping up in the sustain with the Banshee. This is the reason why I would go Banshee, especially with fast hands. I would leave MP7 more for if you need a weapon with Sadist, if you need a weapon with, other things, a killer maybe. Or, of course, the named, the perfect unwavering, the swap chain. The swap chain is actually pretty good looking as well. It being a utility talent, I didn't add it into here, but yeah, you could consider very much a swap chain to be very effective nowadays. One of the standout weapons as well, as unwavering was always good, but now the MP7 is a much better weapon than it used to be, so it is very much up in there. The T812 being very slow firing, and the UMP here with flatline also being very slow firing are pretty high up in here, of course, on their sustain. Neither of them, like, why would you pick this if you could pick from much higher in the list? And that's kind of also the reason why we're going to Not consider many of them more because, yeah, we'll start getting some of the strained damage talent, basically, weapons starting in the middle here. And from that point on, yeah, sustain-wise, they're just, all of them are pretty low. We've kind of basically discussed the good ones. They become kind of mid-tiers all the way down. No standouts, really. Cold Relation, as one of the names that hopefully will get a buff in the future with the PP19 getting a buff, would be nice. Also, I would say the MP5s, we used to use them for flatline quite often. Those are kind of out. I would definitely use AUG over MP5. And yeah, MPXs are very low down. And this is also, for instance, the reason why not to use a Dark Winter, because even with its talent always active, its sustain is so low just because it has a somewhat smaller mag. And then also, of course, it's reloading often because of its very high rate of fire. To me, I'd pick a Banshee with fast hands over it, really, or even a or MP7 with killer. Just normal killer over it. The vectors are kind of, not having received the buff, are somewhat dead in the water. Because even the small vector, of course, just because it is also kind of small mag and a really high rate of fire, it isn't competing here. It can't have a really good damage talent either, because it has to kind of go Optimus, so it can't compete with Strained, at least with the conceits we have, with very high grading. So yeah, nothing else here really stands out, and yeah, most of it kind of falls away. And yeah, Apartment was always bad, but yeah, again, still bad, basically. Worse now because the MBX didn't get a buff. Yeah, let's go to the conclusion, where we'll go, again, as I've done with ARs and LMG, we'll go weapon by weapon, and I'll give you my kind of final thoughts on them. That was a lot of talking. That was 8 minutes, that's fine. It is a total together of 40 minutes. We'll likely do like a 12-minute conclusion, and then we'll conclude conclusively. I need to remember to put the grudge back, or not the grudge, that thing, whatever that thing is, I need to put it back. Do I want to take anything out of here before I do anything? No. Actually, yeah, let's take that one out. Am I missing any? No, right? I mean, well, I'm missing one still, right? I'm missing one of the T-82s. The police T-82. All three vectors are there. Wait, where's the Vector 45? Yeah. Oh, here. Oh, yeah. Here's the... yeah, let's just go through this. Yeah, I'll just go one by one, right? Yeah, let's hop right in. And to conclude this video, let's start off with the exotics first. The backfire is still okay-ish, especially, of course, one thing that I didn't say, we treated every weapon as if they had detox as their third stat. Going from magazine size to detox, but not getting any real meaningful buffs, didn't really save it. The backfire on a build made for it can be enjoyable just to get the most out of it, but yeah, it doesn't make sense, especially because this one exists. A lady that, as well, we treated it as with it being with detox, even though I don't have that here. I would recommend having detox on any of these weapons. The lady that its uptime on its talent isn't enough, especially on the PvE end, to be useful. It is, of course, very useful, especially, for instance, for leagues and such. Much more so for its movement speed. but it still has decent enough damage to just use it on hard. Chatterbox being as well, again, make it with detox, is you need to have this reload be within 15 meters of enemies. You can't always have the 5 stacks, and it's only really good at the 5 stacks. At 3 stacks, as we saw with the numbers there, it's falling so far away that I would pick different weapons. And in general use, you will just sometimes lose your buff. You'll run into things like heavy bosses, heavy names, which you can't one mag easily sometimes. Stuff like that, and then you need to reload, losing your stacks, going back down to 1. Yeah, to me, it isn't worth it. Ouroboros very much is. This is, of course, why this weapon is graded to 25. If you're going to grade a weapon to 25, I would say this and Elmo kind of fit that bill usually very easily. And the talent is aptly named with Rule Them All, except the talent doesn't rule them all. The weapon does. And the weapon really does rule them all. Of course, especially with this, where we are setting it up for it being on the short range buff, basically, with the Coyote, it is going to be very unbeatable. It will likely be the top true stat-wise when we combine all 3 categories, just because, the Oreo is very much the most powerful weapon in the game. Nothing has really come to beat it. Let's go into the high end, starting off with the AUG. The AUG in its 3 variants, it having with the AUG Para XS and the enhanced AUG A3B, both of those have long rails, and that actually is the saving grace for them, as I think if you're going flatline, for instance, it can actually be a very powerful weapon. Now, of course, with SMGs especially, Firewall makes a lot of sense, especially for that shield as well, which gives a damage buff. But I could definitely see some reasons, for instance, to go this way. There is the third AUG, of course, which is called, this one, the Tactical AUG A3P. This does not have a long rail. Because of that as well, this will likely be the least used of the AUGs. If we then go to the SMG 9s, first we have the 2-mod variant. This one didn't really do anything really well. Neither for the SMG 9A2. Both of them, this one being the 3-mod variant, both of them kind of are mid-tiers, but why would you pick that if you could have something better? The enhanced and the normal PP, well, a lot of fun, and we have a lot of memes, of course, in the community with handling our PPs. It's not worth handling our PPs. Our PPs are... I was about to make a TOS violating joke there, but you can imagine it yourself. The M1928 is not very good. It is a mid-tier. One thing it does have is that, especially if you don't have the mods yet, it could be a choice to go with this because it is a mid-tier, but you don't need the crit chance mods, so you can just use it without them. Because just usually the muzzle is usually one that you kind of have to get for SMGs from the blueprints, but just a minor thing. It's not worth it still as a weapon. The MP5s have kind of been supplanted to me. I used to use them as their flatline weapons. They've been supplanted for me by the AUGs now. They used to supplant the AUGs. Now the tables have been turned and the AUG is ahead of them. I wouldn't use them. They do have long rails, especially on the ST variant and the MP5N variant. The MP5A2 variant does not, meaning that one is the least useful one. They are cool looking weapons. MP5s, of course, are some of the best known submachine guns, literally to some, the dominant form of them, but they're not that good anymore. Hopefully they will get a buff in the future because that's, well, they did get a magazine size buff. That really didn't save them here, even on sustain. That extra magazine size is meaningless when the AUG, even with this smaller, by 13 rounds, smaller mag, has so much more or lower RPM that it will actually outcompete it, even on sustain, quite consistently as well. The MP7 is one of the 3 standout weapons, I would say, with the Banshee, the MP7, and the AUG being the 3 good weapons, basically. The MP7, especially for talents, just because it has a very fast reload off of itself and has a higher burst than the AUGs, especially, for instance, if you're going killer, if you're going future perfect, preservation, maybe even stuff that isn't affecting the burst that well. Or well, you can go damage talents, but especially, for instance, I wouldn't go strained with it because it isn't effective on it. Optimist on it is less effective than strained it would be, for instance, on an AUG. So that kind of leads it in a place to use other talents with it, but I think it will be really good for that. We have the P90. It really doesn't do anything. Kind of like the PP19. It is kind of handy because you don't need that extended mag if you don't have that yet, but that's not really a reason we pick weapons, especially at endgame. The UMP and the tactical UMP both are decent. They both do have long rails, so you can go flatline with them, and that's maybe their only really saving grace. They have such a long reload that they really do benefit from fast stance, but they are just basically mid-tier weapons. You could pick them for just having an ammo conservation weapon, but the AUG already kind of fits that well enough. But of course, these do have a really low rate of fire, so yeah, ammo conservation is really high on them. The PP we already discussed. The MPX is the big loser, I would say, of this. And I'm very sad that this grade 20 weapon that I have here will no longer see any use, really, because until they buff it, and hopefully they will. Hopefully they will bring up some of the ones they forgot. But the MPX used to be head-to-head with the Banshee. The MPX standout feature is especially that it has a much, much longer optimal range. Because of that, it would be used quite often to kind of reach out a little bit more into AR ranges. But with it not having gotten any buffs and the Banshee having gotten some buffs, it is not worth it to me at all anymore. The vectors are, of course, still one to really look for, but the 45 vector, none of them got a buff. They still work. I mean, one of the things is none of the weapons got a nerf. So it will still do, if you were using one before, it will still do exactly what it was doing before. The only reason to upgrade to, for instance, a Banshee is that, yeah, it will do quite a bit better. You will get a little bit more of a damage buff. The one weapon we had left out in the whole discussion is actually this Vector SPR 9mm. This wasn't in those lists just because on every category in burst, sustained, damage from mag, it is horrendous. So there's no real, I just left it out just to not clog up the list. And while the tactical Vector SBR 9mm, which is a mouthful, is the highest burst weapon, it isn't the highest usefulness weapon. I would pick a Banshee over this quite often. This 39-round magazine is horrendous. Getting it a very low damage per mag, you will quite often not one-mag enemies and be left there looking at them while they shoot you in the face as you're trying to reload this tiny magazine over and over again. The Grudge, as we talked about, is actually a really good pick, especially because now it's the Banshee was always a higher up weapon. Now I would say it's the top weapon. Its name, of course, is very important. It is one as well that has a really good group buff factor, and this group buff gets overlooked quite often. The Tommy gun, as we saw, is just not worth it, really. And of course, we have to then bow to the last one, which is the Slayer, which is, of course, actually the best weapon in this category. Let's be honest here. Nothing beats the Slayer. Just go get one, although you can't because it's a Christmas item. If you have one, you're good. But yeah, it's now more powerful than the Ouroboros, of course. So yeah, but yeah, the Banshee, the MPX, the Banshee, the MP7, and the AUG are the standouts. Oreo is still always at the top. So yeah, that was the SMGs. I hope you kind of enjoyed this video. We're going to go off and do a build showcase as the next video, but we'll come back to first comparing a few other weapons with some in-depth looks in the future, starting off with the MMRs after that build showcase, and afterwards as well the rifles, even though they really will be different because we'll put especially the rifles, we're not going to put them on Striker because that makes zero sense. The MMRs, of course, we're putting on Hot Shot, and we're not even really going to look at their burst and sustain. We're going to look at their first shot and their cap. Well, likely first shot, second shot, and their cap. on popular builds, especially Hotshot with Araldi Chainkiller and with two-piece Habsburg, just because I'm interested in those. And likely after that, in between, there'll be some other things and stuffs, maybe things and stuffs, and other assorted videos. But after that one as well, we'll go into another in-depth look where we combine these three lists and kind of look at how the weapons stack up against each other in different categories. Now, of course, it isn't a direct comparison really, because, for instance, with SMGs, we're going with short-range Coyote versus mid-range Coyote. But I think if we just pick some of the more interesting weapons from each category and just put them all together in one list, we could really get some comparisons out there. Of course, we want to compare as well LMGs versus ARs nowadays. One thing I can tell you is that, yeah, RPKs and LAD6s and infantry MG5s are actually quite a bit ahead of ARs in the comparisons. You can already, of course, look at their absolute values, just taking the burst DPS numbers that we have there on build and comparing them for yourself already. But yeah, we'll come back to it basically. And yeah, if you enjoyed this video, if you can and are willing, please do all of the algorithm stuffs. You know what they are. I don't need to say it out loud, right? And as always, have a good night. Yay! I feel that was fine. How long was that? That was, hey, I did say we're going to have a 12-minute conclusion, right? That was exactly 12 minutes. Oh, well, that's 12 minutes 17. The minute part was 12. What is the total of it? It is a whopping 52 minutes. So yeah, that'll go up tomorrow as I'll stitch it together. Let's go back to the live thing here and let me actually catch up on anything said here. What specialization you use with the AUG with striker build flatline? So the one place where I would use it is this Heartbreaker tech tank. Although I have an Oreo, so if you don't have an Oreo. Because that's the thing with the flatline weapons, they don't make much sense for SMGs. But for instance, this build, actually, I'm going to replace already. So this MP5 ST is going to go bye-bye. Yeah, I don't need to keep that. We're going to save it with this AUG. But yeah, it's more like weird builds that will benefit from that. Because Firewall just makes this too much sense. That's why I was qualifying it like that over and over again. But for instance, yeah, this tech tank, you know, you can have Technician, Artificer. Kind of works well together. But the Oreo just does more damage than the flatline weapon. But if you don't have an Oreo, then that. Tico 80 masks today, not bad, nice. And Hader Madi. And Hader Boyd as well. Yay! Indeed, yays! All the yays. Yeah, we did the chores there. How long did that take me? Okay, 1 hour 20 minutes. That's not too bad for that. Although again, somebody walked through my camera. one of these. Who was it? Was it you? Too bad I can't tackle them.
I've got the best.
But yeah, I'm gonna go and actually, yeah. What are we gonna go do? I should totally clear out an invasion. Oh, it's jump by that way. Especially on my character that later in the week we might do some bounty cheesing. And I kind of want to farm, yeah, SMGs, marksman rifles. Both of those kind of sounds good for farmings. Although I could, of course, go countdown. I'd rather just run around here-ish. What is the daily? I've actually not been doing many dailies. Oh, the weekly is kind of nice as well, as we get this pentagons. It is LMG on one of them. Maybe. But first things first, let's go park this character. And actually, yeah, I need to have a pee break. Actually, I realize now. We'll likely do that as I'll swap characters real briefly. One thing as well, let's actually take her out of this apparel. That's it. That is the new Dragov outfit. I kind of like it. Kind of looks cool. Well, actually didn't get anything right yet. Let's swap character. I'm gonna, yeah, then go briefly take a BP break, bio break. And then I'm gonna go do, because I've already done the league for this account. Later on, I may want to do some cleaners, burning some cleaners, getting the 120 out of the way. Oh wait, until when is the descent rotation?
Safe area entered.
Why is she in New York? Yeah, no, let's do this. It'll be faster to fast travel there and then fast travel to the descent instead of going to campus and walking all the way to the descent. I want to see how long that talent rotation is still for.
Safe area detected.
Because that might make me want to go do a descent.
Combat simulation program active.
1 day, 2 hours. So till tomorrow midnight. Okay. Yeah, no, let's then maybe keep that for tomorrow. Yeah, I'm gonna go have a short bio break, and then yeah, when I get back, I'm gonna go do an invasion if anybody wants to join me. We'll likely just do it with like 2 or 3 directives, nothing too harsh. But then just because I need her world, and yeah, we'll go likely all the way. But yeah, I'll be back in like a minute or so, and oh, that's not the one I'm looking for. This is the one I'm looking for. I'll be right back.
Where did that one go?
Yeah. Actually, let me. Let's bring. Yeah. This back up. Kind of splashed my face as well just to wake myself up. Yeah, let's 3 extra components. Well, that's not too bad. That's 1 weekly. So you can get that pretty quickly. Actually, how many resources do I have in here? Yeah, let's actually spend these because I'll get that 1 commendation, right? For spending 1K of this. We'll leave that much in there. Did that actually trigger the commendation? Don't think it did. Commendations do show up on that left side, don't they? Yeah. Sell it.
Nice
Yeah.
to see you, Agent.
No, I won't be selling any bathwater anytime soon. Maybe I will. You know, you never know.
Thanks for your business.
I could be enticed. Yeah, I'll just deconstruct all those. Getting how many components do I have actually? Should get a few more skills, maybe to 20, and maybe even a few more weapons. I have 365, one for each day of the week, or each day of the year. Week. Well, I'm gonna guess no takers then on some invasion, and I'll go matchmake for some of these. Off when? Off what? Oh, only fans. I mean, I have only tips. You know, I don't do fans. I do tips. You know, rotating fans aren't my thing. I'm much more about tips of things, like the pointy end of the tips. Beginning well. You almost time to go home and nice. Yeah, it's always nice to hop back in when you know, missing something makes the heart grow fonder. Yeah, let me actually just matchmake for this. See if we get someone. Or if somebody gets me. Actually, I shouldn't do it from here. I should do it like this from the map. Because yeah, that's more likely to get me to somebody else's game.
Access denied. Keycard required.
Oh yeah, actually, well, if you two want to join, because yeah, I'll leave these guys.
You have
Because yeah, Pomak, if you do want to join, and also yeah, Boyd, if you want to join, if you can, send a friends request to IKEA as it is there, just no underscores or anything.
you are now group leader.
And we'll get you in here.
Another agent has joined your group.
Or maybe if you have me already, because that's also a possibility, just you can join on me. Otherwise, okay, I'm gonna guess that is you, as I saw a name come in there. And yeah, if you were Foingle, then feel free to join as well. As yeah, we'll just do it simple. We'll take Fog of War and yeah, let's take Fragile Armor. I don't want to deal with special ammo. And Fragile Armor, it's just for this mission. It'll clear off once we leave it. Yeah, no, likely I won't be doing Nemesis. Like, I'm gonna go clear the invasion money. But you could always, you know, you could try your solo run. This movement feels so weird now. There's no momentum to it at all. Okay. But yeah, oh actually, let's matchmake for our fort, and we'll just scan.
You need to stop Black Tusk from obtaining the data they're after from the vault.
Take him out.
I got one.
Deploying.
That audio was delayed there for a second as well. Bounce it on top of them. Oh yeah, and later on, wait, did we test it already with the new season? I think we did, right? Bank, and it was still failing.
Another agent has joined your group.
Because one of the issues that Bank has is if at the vault, if we spawn camp them too hard, or well, always used to have, there's a chest in this corner, by the way. Go too far. It usually leads to objective failed, which is annoying. Yeah, and that instance, like yeah, the movement thing, it just looks. I'm not even sure it is actually an actual change to the momentum and stuff of characters, but it just the visual side of it not being different just throws me off kind of. Because yeah, there's absolutely no momentum to it almost, which it did have. I'll join you one day when I have better gear. That's not a requirement. Like we can, unless you're really horrendously geared, which even then we can help you gear. Then, but yeah, if you want to join, feel free to.
One of the ranking black tusk.
Because these missions aren't that hard anyway, so if you want to join maybe for the next one.
Enemy is flanking up.
Compatible RFID signature detected.
That's what you need. Grab that key card.
Open this so I see it.
Access codes secured.
Head down and get into that
I should
vault.
need to not destroy my hive. And I'll go get the key here-ish. Let's get the bathroom loot.
That unlocks. Keep
I
it
feel bathroom loot, best loot also needs to be an emote, but it may be too long. Or we could have it be like 2 emotes, like one bathroom loot and one best loot. Then we can have different best loots. Down low, got an air like 67k damage. I mean, well, we can. You want some advice on the build? I could give you that as well. But I think, well, you know the recommended folder light, right? The recommended build list. If you kind of copy one of the builds on there, that will get you pretty far. But also in here, you wouldn't need that effective of a build if you just want to get the completions in and such. We all start somewhere as well. None of us started with, you know, top end builds. You build them up over time.
Get in there and stop Black Tusk.
Hey, chakrams. Nice. They survived for once. Wait, they didn't go for the minigun right now? That's odd.
Serious trauma detected. System disrupted.
So yeah, for this room, let's just not spawn camp them. So let's hang out back a little bit, and then we can spawn camp them one day when Isaac says 75%
They'll wipe
complete.
it if they grab it first.
We can push in them.
System reactivated.
Because yeah, that bugs this place out quite often otherwise.
See if you can find a way to interrupt the Black Tusk download. They must be accessing one of the systems directly.
So, out there.
Download initiated. Black Tusk download halted.
Watch out there, Fungal, because yeah, you're gonna get stranded. But also, yeah, try to not spawn camp them here. So we're letting them come out of the door and kind of get spread out a little bit, because that's the way we avoid getting them buggy. Just to get a, and yeah, once it says 75% complete, we'll rush them down basically. Then we'll go spawn camp them, because then we're safe usually. But for here, just kill what comes out.
25% complete.
Wait, there's a gap there? Because this place has a habit of bugging out. The one thing I'm not sure of though is if we tested it actually after Project Resolve. I think we did. I think it was available in the first week and we did it. We tried it then and it still was buggy. Although most of the time as well, it's if you're just on red builds, it doesn't. It's less likely. It's mostly if Eclipse kind of just burns them in the doors and like really spawn camps them. And around here-ish, we can start moving up. Yeah, let's start moving up. Because here, if it even fails, we are still so far ahead that we'll get it, basically.
Agent down.
I'm curious to see if it does.
5% complete.
So I want a lefty here. Yeah, later on in the week I'd be interested in seeing if it is still buggy. But for now I just want the completion.
Saw some. Target located.
Download complete.
Well done. Now finish securing the building. Isaac can't transfer the data. Might be interference from the structure. Make your way back topside.
Immediate
Yeah,
medical
I'm just getting
assistance
certain
needed.
bills that some. Nice. I know, I'll roll through there just to save half of a second on an animation. Because if you just jump down, you just have a stagger animation for a second. Also, I'll do the classic dick move of doing this, and then just going and getting in the elevator. Bye, you guys' problem. Would you guys like a dog? I found the dog. Yeah. Oh yeah, and then cost that alley there, like whoever it was, an armor break. So that's kind of a dick move, but
Clean signal.
I always like doing that. Usually I do it the other way around though, of just getting the elevator first, and then opening the door and just jumping in the elevator quickly. Yeah, that should get most things. There's a heavy on the right that always kind of survives.
Vital signs critical.
And I have all the armor breaks. I gotta catch them all, and I did. Well, I healed up one, so. Who needs armor anyway? Well, me for the boss room is the actual answer. Some jammers here. The jammers burn. So I'll just try to set someone on fire, although I failed at that task. There we go, that should spread. Trying to get that jammer as well. There we go. Oh, I should spread too. But yeah, one fire and some of that is enough for it. I'm gonna toss my hive across already. Just in case somebody insta pushes the button. I'm gonna shoot this this loot up there because everybody, nobody ever looks up. I think, although for me as well, that was like one of the very last ones that I actually found.
Data transfer.
Might have been in like the one of the last 5 boxes that I found or something. Who looks up? Why would you look up? Especially on like an invaded mission where you don't like run it as often as like normal versions. Hanging box there.
%50 complete.
Those guys were just standing there. That was weird.
75% complete.
I want to use too many grenades because I want a few for later.
Upload complete. Data transfer stream closed.
Slick.
So
Now
we
clean
got
up the rest
loot
of the
on our
black
chest
dust and we can
back
call
there.
today a win.
Ah, hey, the Mumby. Oh wait, actually, does that? So Cairo added a video. Does this actually like? How does this work? Or does it not work on? It's likely a specific location or a specific windup to it. But yeah, he had a video there of him rolling forward and him landing exactly in a spot where. Oh, I forgot to put my hive down there. Normally, I was so preoccupied with that, but that's fine. Well, these guys aren't in combat with us, so we have a few seconds to run in here and then get her going. But yeah, you can toss your hive down all the way from up there, which is the smart thing to do.
On their feet.
But I was so preoccupied with other things that I forgot. Yes, that worked out. While specialization weapons do less damage against bosses, crossbows still do a ton of damage even to bosses when it comes to armor plating. That's still
We'll need to go through the data to figure out
I'm
what
curious actually what our friend was.
But the important thing is that we got it and they didn't. Well done.
30%. Oh no, I actually did. I thought there was a death grips, but it isn't actually. It's just, but yeah, they're going for 30% armor and kill, except that they needed death grips. So, so it was running third drone and a full striker. Oh, they got the mosquito from the season track muscling. Okay, now let's grab all these resources and then on to the next, whatever that one is. It is DCD. Hey, invaded. Oh, hey, I can use invaded DCD for things and stuffs. Yeah, so definitely doing a things and stuff this week.
But we don't know what. So before they find it, go in.
Because the choppers area is perfect for that.
Some of Henry's people called in a Black Tusk sighting at the DCD facility. It's marked on your map.
An agent is no longer in your group.
Friend leaves us behind. One nice thing is if you don't set fragile armor on your world and you're doing missions, if the world doesn't have it, it just resets it. So fragile armor is less bad. Let's matchmake for a fort as well. Unless somebody wants to join it. If somebody does want to join us, feel free to say so. We can always kick or just stop matchmaking.
The broad spectrum antivirals they captured. We need to stop them.
I always like hitting. Actually, I missed I was gonna say, I always like hitting that gas can there, but I missed the gas can.
Someone help me!
That was the wrong choice. Why am I stuck? I was trying to get up here to catch this wave, but got here a little late. Still catching this wave now. Oh yeah, I'm up here. Oh, that's me. Dead? No, okay. Yeah, there's a key chest up here. Let's go get that. It's on this end. Key chests are worthwhile.
Another agent is now in your group.
This is the inverse of the normal one. We open the door and we blow up the, the yellow box. Instead of the other way around. And Heather Haxunation. And I hope everybody's doing well out there. But yeah, we also have, of course, the veiled something. What is it called? Got the name. Oh, hi.
Agent down.
That was a horror movie moment. I was hiding from the sniper dog, and then I look over there, and I see I see a mini tank or a minigun hound. Words.
Watch it!
System curtailed. System restored.
Actually, you know what I should do? I bought that Draugr outfit. Let's run it for a few times. Oh well, no, this one. I do like it. It's kind of wait. That's not it. Is that it? No, that is it. Yeah. Doesn't look as bulky on her as it does on the other character. And yeah, I'm doing pretty well. A little unrested, or not enough rest, but I'll be fine. I can live with little sleep. But yeah, feeling good that we got that video done. I can get that uploaded tomorrow for the SMGs. But yeah, I definitely want to do a build showcase. But also, I don't want to... the few builds that I have in mind, all of them I would consider like core builds. I kind of want to do a not core build. And I was kind of thinking maybe doing Striker Turret Drone Hybrid. Because we haven't done a Turret Drone Hybrid in a while. It is a kind of like a off-meta build, kind of ish thing.
Malfunctioning.
Capacitor got a big buff, so it is actually pretty good in there. Because the other ones I had in mind was Hunter's Fury, but then with shotguns. But I would consider that kind of a core build still, even. And yeah, Foam Eclipse, but Foam Eclipse is definitely core build. And kind of, with the last one we did was Negotiator. Totally a core build. But like, very powerful and... Oh, okay. Oh yeah, it's upstairs first and then downstairs. Totally forgot that, actually. Let's cross by that guy. Actually, tomorrow we'll make a choice, because actually tomorrow afternoon I'll likely do another stream. I have a lot of time this week, extra time this week. Might as well use it.
An agent has disconnected.
They delta it maybe. But basically I want to prepare it tomorrow, and maybe even do it tomorrow evening. Although maybe not, depends kind of. Because I want to sit on it for a few days. And tomorrow the SMG video will definitely come out, so we'll see. Hey there, Dusty Sex. Oh, oh. I wanted to go for the chest there, but we're uninvaded. The chest is somewhere completely different.
What have you got?
As that Dusty said that you are the man of the builds. Okay, well, yeah. You know what? I'll say yes. You know what? I'll just be nice. But yeah, I do the builds, the buildings, and I do enjoy my variety of builds. So if you have any questions or such, you can always ask them. And for those that don't know it, that maybe even came with maybe as we had some raids earlier. Well, let me link the build collection in both chats. As you don't know me, that's where I'm mostly known for. The build collection and some mad stuffs. But yeah, the build collection is basically a collection of all my builds on all my characters. I have 5 of them because I have more than one account. And I feel there's a decent variety in there. And I also try to make it so that all of the builds on there, even the ones that aren't great, because there's a ton of not great builds on there, just because of you know, not everything works as well as each other in this game. Regen doesn't work as well as like some other things. Or, you know. High-ends aren't as great as like some of the gear sets nowadays, especially.
Serious trauma detected.
Oof, that was nice.
Out of action.
They destroyed the stagger thing in front of me, so I got disoriented and staggered. So instead of walking to the left, I walked to the right. And yeah, there's actually one crate back here. Ooh, somebody knew it. Nice. Because yeah, this is a crate that a lot of people don't know about. I'll go and get it. And yeah, here we have to, if we can leave the chopper alive, although we have a random with us, so likely they will kill it instantly. If they don't, we can leave the chopper alive and we can push up to where the boss spawns. Because just kill the 2 snipers. If we can.
I have them.
Yeah, yeah, that's not... There's a reason I didn't even put it in chat long. That kind of stuff doesn't work.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Let's take this thing. But yeah, as long as we push up far enough. Wait, did the second wave not spawn yet? Or did we kill neither this time? I'm a little confused actually. Oh, the boss made it out there. Okay, I thought the boss was dead already. So I'm kind of waiting for this wave.
Let's come down.
Crazy. For those wondering what I was talking about, if you haven't left Chopper alive ever, the boss doesn't spawn till the chopper gets destroyed. So what you can do is actually just kill the 2 snipers, walk up here, stand all around the boss. Oh, actually, we need the thingy from the boss, right, as the completion. And then kill the chopper, and then she spawns, and then you murder her in her place.
It's another black eye for Black Tusk. It's a good thing they're cleared out of that compound.
Did you do? And for the others also that have never seen it before, there's a. Actually, I'm curious. Did they fix this? They didn't fix this, right? No. Because there's a little area back here with a window door.
An agent has left your
With a
room.
door that is a window. That is a door. That is a window. And you know, a little bit of unfinished area. and a stairway leading to a window, which is, you know, just super common always. but and a behind the scenes. But yeah, this place is always, it's kind of weird. And yeah, you even have this statue over here that is unique actually. So that's likely why this area existed, but they in the end didn't use it. All this text here and stuff. But yeah, for those that haven't seen it yet, it'll end up in a things and stuff. Especially seeing as they didn't fix it, as it's still available. Yeah, if we're all ready, we're gonna fast travel over to Camp White Oak and do the third minor. Looking for a strong armor regen that also packs a punch of damage. If you're looking, well, it's not an armor regen build, but if you're looking in the recommended build list, especially in there, because I actually to continue on with the build collection thing, not all of the builds in the build collection are really recommended. That's why there's a recommended build list. Those are recommended because some of them are like testing builds or just me trying out weird shit. That doesn't always work. But especially the tech tanks in the recommended build list, they aren't armor regen, they are shield regen basically. They have an artificer hive healing the shield every 10 seconds. I know there's a chest by here and invaded. Also, this is one of the later, like this is likely in the last 3 chests that I found, because we never combed this area. Because why would be? It's before the start of the mission.
Enemy transmission intercepted.
But yeah, the tech tanks, they're kind of what I use, especially solo for that. Although they're PvE solo, so it kind of depends on what you're. Oh, only set a heavy on fire. But yeah, they're very much for PvE solo. So if you're looking for PvP builds, that's not it. Like regen kind of works in PvP. I think it's kind of having a resurgence. I don't know if it's for just because it's, you know, it got a buff and it's like popular because of that, or if it's actually good now. But I don't PvP much, so I can't give you a really good answer to that.
Enemy transmission intercepted.
This is Tails. Got eyes on a group of JTF hostiles by the helipad. Wait a sec. I'm not seeing any weapons. Battlefield for
yeah, then. Because yeah, if you're looking for that, especially for solo, tech tanks are my go-to. The Heartbreaker tech tank is really good. The Striker tech tank is really good if you have an Ouroboros, which depends on if you have an Ouroboros. Same for the Hunter's Fury one, actually. But yeah, the Heartbreaker and Striker and Negotiator tech tanks are pretty good, all 3. The Heartbreaker one comes the highest recommended, also because it's pretty easy to put together if you're kind of into the game already. Have a memento. Getting the Heartbreaker pieces is pretty easy. You only need to recore one of them, so you only need 1 piece to recore. Meaning that should be a little bit easier to get all together. And then you kind of have to just get used to the playstyle of it, which is that your shield is your powerful part. Basically, you play it like a claymore. Front towards enemy and just, you know, try to keep enemies in front of you. That also means kind of keeping a little bit of distance here and there, because if you're super close, it's kind of hard to, you know, keep everybody in front of you. So you kind of have to learn when to push and when to kind of hold a little bit. But yeah, also if you're interested, on my YouTube channel, I have both a masterclass, which is a really long video about tech tanks, about all the tech tanks, and then I have a build showcase about a Hunter's Fury, or no, a Heartbreaker tech tank. Actually, yeah, let me actually link the YouTube channel just in case you... Because I have some build showcases in there which go decently in depth into it. They're long. I'm a lot more long-winded than most creators, but especially the masterclass is kind of super long. So I wouldn't recommend starting there, but it does. Yeah, I do go. I feel to the masterclass level with them.
System.
explaining everything completely.
System restored.
This is Knife. The USMC facility is clean.
Oh, there's a chest back
Move to
here.
the next target. Negative. Hold there. You've got a division element headed your way. This is the real test. Leave it to me, sir.
Drop that SMG. Came back to it. Yeah. Well, that's not per se needed, but that makes the striker tech tank really good. Which, without it, it's a little... I would recommend the Heartbreaker, especially. So, that one works with the Kingbreaker, the named weapon. So that one's easier to get. Oh, no, hey there, Tasty. Actually, do you have tips how to stop a skill throw? What do you mean, a skill throw?
I see a drone. Not one of
From others or from yourself, or like had to cancel out of it, or to force someone to stop doing it? Yeah, we could take a left here. Yeah, let's do that actually. Let's go get this loot. Oh,
An agent needs assistance.
fine, go back
This
on.
is heads. This is tails. All targets down.
I hate it when you do that creepy twin shit.
Yeah, let's go get our loot. Okay, that guy can fend for himself for a second. I can definitely use some resources after spending way too many. Indeed. There is the man. The man, the myth, the toast. Slash God. Slash Tasty Dog. I feel I need to make Tasty Dog a thing, but also I think I'm pissing Toasty off. He might murder me in my sleep. Apparently I can't go past there. Wait, what? Oh, we've already killed her. Let's get those chests back there as well. Well, based on legendary last room, build a Scorpio shield, intimidate the run rush. What is your advice? 6 red, 6 blues with catharsis, 3 blue, or something else? Well, I'm gonna guess you're doing it in a group, right? In a group, you basically just want to go all reds. Is how we kind of dealt with it. Just all damage dealers dealing all the damage.
What's your status? Just reached the lake house. Work fast.
And that kind of works out decently. If it is for less than full groups, yeah. You might try getting some advice from, actually, in that case, from Toasty. As a man that has done such weird things as that, for instance. But I think actually, so in a group, you could also go one PFE player. I found that actually pretty useful in one of our runs. Because the PFE player can kind of just run around and get the healing boxes out of the way and get even the back turret pretty early. Just giving a little bit more freedom of movement to everybody. But just having 4 full strikers was... You know, we wiped a few times, but then, yeah, you just have to get through it, basically. The damage is, yeah, very much worth it. Gonna take a left here and go get that chest as well.
Back to the rally point. Oh, shit! Contact front! We're cut off!
Might as well. Let's get that weapon. So you know it's closer to these person, please go on. Precision 20 hits. Oh. much out there. Let's crossbow that in the meantime. Well, you can go regen, but regen doesn't really work on PvE. You can get away with it, but yeah, tech tanks outdo them by a lot. A lot. So I would recommend tech tanks over regen, personally. Because as well, with regen and intimidate, you're still locked to a shield anyway, because you will lose your intimidate otherwise from any source pretty easily. Yeah, the names here kind of forgotten actually. This mission kind of lines up, but remembering now kind of ish. One thing I definitely remember is
Going at the lake house.
I can do that.
All clear. Good timing. Your party's about to get crashed. We'll be ready.
It's there's a chest back here as well. Just pick it up quick.
Sis, we've got multiple armed hostiles approaching.
Four-man group here. Okay.
Looks like
Yeah, just kill it out basically. The 4 med packs should be enough to get through
they'll
it.
be stuck in the open. Copy
I
that.
feel. Yeah, and it's trying to get the trigger there, but that's fine. I'm gonna just palm extend this mission already. That's easy. Leavens out the loots. Yeah. But yeah, you can just damage through it. Because you can take something like a healer there, but yeah, the loss of damage will get you more killed, I feel. One PFE is the thing I could maybe see working, but also I haven't done it enough to really give really good advice on it. I've basically recently done title like 3 times, and then before that like another 4 times, and that's all my titles, so not a title expert.
Serious trauma detected.
How is this wave not spawned yet? Just weird that they thought they spawned on 1 remaining, so there's likely still something alive up there somewhere over the rainbow. Let me get you on this as well. Toasty's your name. Wait, actually? Like, or just like metaphorically? Or like mentally? Lucors in Legend Victor. I mean, well, PFEs do work decently well for parts of some legendaries, especially allowing for dealing easily with some of the things. But yeah, legendaries, you can just overpower them with strikers. That's usually the smarter play, unless you're like trying to get somewhat of a weaker player through. Sometimes you need to cover for them in like creative ways. But more damage is more damage. Instead of less is more, more is also more. Turns out that more is actually more. Our friend is going directly for combat, so let's go do that.
Everyone, get ready.
Remember your assignment. Extracting the
Let's see if we
subsystem
get the
is a
Piers. But
priority.
Too late. They're almost on us.
I don't wanna.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
They're still chipping away at me there, or am I getting hit in my... Wait, how's that wave come out? What the... Alright, no,
Stop your lines of fire!
another heavy in the back.
No! Fucking die!
Hey, get a hold of yourself. Focus on the mission.
Can try going back for the loot. Depends on if our friend will let us. I'm gonna get my boss loot first. That's more important. Yeah, let's try. Let's try going for the Piers. I like it. Yeah. Never played that way. Try to help a player today in a mission, but needed to res him like 13 times and was just running forward with triggers. Yeah. I mean, sometimes players are like that. Also, I need to recycle my... Because we have 2 boxes there, and then 2 boxes on this pier. And here we have some netting. We could just take this netting and just put it over our heads and like have the final piece of this. Just jump through this net into the water and just whatever sticks to you. That's just the veiled tactics kind of thing. Would you run through Patriot with Lady Death to get extra rounds, or is there a better option? Yes. There is better option. First of all, Lady Death is not that great. Just isn't worth it to go out of your way like that, just because you could just grab a different SMG and, a Banshee with Strained or a Banshee with Fast Hands will just outdo a Lady Death on a normal build, and you can go Strikers with it and such.
What the hell's going on over there?
My sister is down.
But yeah, True Patriot just doesn't have a good enough buff component. So even as a group buffer, it is one of the lesser group buffers, or like the weaker group buffers. Because of that, it's just basically not viable. Because even ongoing, since its buffs to it, is actually pretty powerful now. And actually kind of worth it. Especially if you're in 8-man content. What's so where yeah, True Patriot just isn't. And yeah, definitely not solo because yeah, an 8% amp is is laughably low basically. I thought there was a spawn there, but I'm actually thinking of normal. But yeah, basically if you're going Lady Death and True Patriot, you're going to mid-tier weapons basically, and it's not worth it. Or mid-tier weapon with a pretty low-tier a gear set, and yeah, that's not a combination. Not really. Because especially if it's for solo, just go Hunter's Fury with any of the other SMGs. Or preferably, yeah, Banshee with Fast Hands, or MB7 with Killer or something. Or Swap Chain is also pretty good. So.
Hey, anybody copy? Anyone?
Yeah, that does this as well. I really thought about using True Patriot for anything, but maybe that would help. I don't know. Yeah, I have like a Red Patriot. That's, I think, the best thing you can do with the True Patriot. With a backpack, there is some places where that 8% buff can, or 12% buff in that debuff, it can be kind of worth it. But in most situations, so that's really only like raid and stuff, where it can have like perfect uptime. But even then, it's competing against FI, which can have 25% total weapon damage, which is a lot. Especially now that most people are running strikers and stuff, especially in countdown and stuff. And also ongoing directive, which does work, for instance, in countdown and stuff. It's just really only the raids where like, but then even a red FI will.
Entering safe area.
I think basically True Patriot is kind of dead till it gets a buff.
Agent.
It really does need one, kind of. Oh, this was accurate.
Come take a look.
Yeah, so let's deconstruct some of this junk in my trunk. And stronghold unlocked unskippably. Yeah, we have Roosevelt unlocked. For PvP, I've seen a lot of people use Trippy's browser as the with Ninja Bike all blues. Max size is just never worth it. I kind of, one of the calculations will likely do it. I still wanted to do it. It's just how far behind that is. Like that's insanely far behind, even with a lot of builds. You can definitely go for the max size, and it's like kind of funny, but you could instead be doing much more damage in 50 rounds instead of going for, you know, getting 100 rounds out of a Ouroboros that do less damage than that 50 round mag. But yeah, I've seen a lot of people promote it, so it is likely popular, and yeah, you can still win fights. Like that's not gonna stop you. Our friend is ineligible. We'll see if he wants to stick around or not. Because yeah, he won't get completion of like the thing for it, and no names, but I'll just force start it. I'll trigger it. If he sticks around, he sticks around. If he doesn't, he doesn't.
The entire island is crawling with Black Tusk. Their team's taking samples
In
in the
countdown with Cody's
Your
mouse.
best bet is to head up the west side and intercept them.
That's not so it's still a group buff, but the thing you have to consider, and oh hey, the sniper there on the wing. Hey. He wasn't around for quite a while. Oh, maybe it's only with 3 man. The thing is, you have to consider that the opportunity cost. So what else could you be, and how much of a difference would that make? And the answer is that if you were an ongoing directive, or a red FI, or even a yellow FI, a full healer, you would likely be buffing for much more and be much more useful. Because yeah, red Patriot, I used to have it as a buffing build as well. It's just, yeah, it's just actually looking at the numbers, it just, yeah, doesn't reach the value that is worthwhile. Especially in countdown, where if you are ongoing directive, you can keep a really high uptime on your ammo, and everybody's bleeding. You just spray and pray kind of at enemies just to mark everything, and it kind of works. Where Red Patriot, of course, is target based, so if you're not shooting at them, you're not marking them. Even if you're shooting at them, you may not be marking them with the red debuff.
Don't look like they're
So
in a
yeah,
hurry.
kind of. If you're kind of interested in the numbers, I have actually we did because I did build showcases on all 3 red versions of buff builds, and then I did a buff build compare video. So if you're kind of interested in kind of how they stack up against each other, numbers wise and stuff as well, maybe have a look at that. And yeah, the True Patriot really doesn't keep up, except for maybe instances where, yeah, you have enemies, but even then the red FI kind of does it better with raid bosses, where ongoing directive really can't work really for if you're fighting Buddy and Lucy. Basically, you know, you can't keep triggering ongoing directive, but True Patriot could mark both of them and have perfect uptime on it. But also in that fight, for instance, even if some people are getting chip damaged, not everybody's getting chip damage, so still red FI would come ahead. And yeah, the FI buff is so strong that it's, yeah, in the red variant, even not healing anybody, it is pretty strong. Just listening. Well, the Razorback solo shot or single shot, yeah, I mean, you can do it in many ways. I don't think True Patriot is specifically needed, but yeah, raids are basically the only place where True Patriot still kind of stands out. Just because ongoing can't be there, because basically it goes, FI is usually, the red FI is usually the best buffer, and then it goes... oh, I totally forgot what we're even doing here, which is the invaded version, and yeah, the jammers need to go. God damn it. Sir, catch on fire. Thank you.
Functioning. System reactivated.
Yay. I got a future perfect off of that, because if you kill that thing with a weapon with future perfect, that does count.
What the hell just happened?
But yeah, raids are basically the one place where, but I think likely they have FI there as well. It's a buff, and then they take the Patriot as a second buff, because you're just banking everything on one shot anyway. It is like a unique scenario. Did this special ammo survive? No. 4-man legendary best group up. So in 4-man, all of the buffing builds don't do enough to make up for what you lose damage-wise. So, oh yeah, there's actually a chest back here. I'm like talking and not paying attention. You guys get there's that one. Our friend is running determined, I see.
Serious trauma detected. Agent down.
Usually I just go into this cover, but that sniper dog went behind me, of course. It's fine though. This is a small group. My allies.
An agent needs assistance.
Should we do mission on harder difficulty? Does it make the loot drops better? Yes. So the minimum stats of loot are decided by the difficulty. And also you'll be getting much more targeted loot going up in difficulties, and also more if you have more directives active. So, but what you have to consider is, depending on if you're going solo or in group and matchmaking, you kind of have to consider if you're going on heroic and you can't go fast just because you don't have the builds yet for it.
Immediate medical
Then
assistance needed.
it's better to be on challenging and go a little bit faster on challenging than being slow on heroic.
System back online.
But eventually, you'll get comfortable on heroic. Heroic is very much a gettable thing, especially once you have a decent build together. Otherwise, staying on challenging is perfectly fine. It is less loot. You'll be less likely to get maxed out stats and stuff. But you'll still get a few here and there. It's not like you don't get anything. It's just the frequency is less, so it'll take you longer to gear up, basically. The frequency of getting really good rolls is less. So. But yeah, especially if you're matchmaking or something for missions, which you can do, for instance. You want to go heroic. With Countdown, you want to go challenging those stuff. So because the difficulties in there are different than the difficulties for the rest of the game, annoyingly. Challenging is kind of like heroic.
Viral
More so.
contamination containers destroyed.
And then heroic countdown is it's not like legendary, but closer to legendary than heroic. Heroic, yeah. And yeah, though it's also very build reliant. So yeah, if you don't have a build yet, just do the difficulty that you're still comfortable at. Even if challenging, for instance, isn't like if it's really slowing you down and you kind of think that you would go faster on hard, don't be afraid to drop it down. But eventually, challenging definitely isn't that hard to get to. Once you have a build going and a little bit of game knowledge, you should be able to hang pretty well on. Definitely challenging, and heroic is not that far. As well. Do we only get the choppers here? No, we get this way as well. Oh, I forgot to turn on directives. I'm like, wait, I didn't fragile my armor. But yeah. Here they'll spawn behind us in a second. Just gonna leave my hive there for no particular reason. Waiting for this war hand to do that to it. You know that's gonna get me shocked. That's fine. I want that. I want my hive back. I'm gonna take a left here and get the key chest. Diff builds anyway, it depends on what others are using it. Oof. It sat way too long for today. Way too many streaming hours. But I'm enjoying it as well, so it's all good. There's a lot of spreadsheets to make still. In the end, I'm actually surprisingly happy with the outcome of Project Resolve's balancing. It's not perfect. Definitely isn't perfect. Basically, yeah, the line of they missed a few still exists. They definitely, I feel, missed a few. MPX, Carbine 7, M4, 60% of the LMGs, all of that kind of still are issues, but yeah. Overall, they didn't do a horrible job. Is there an extra strat for the Senate chamber in Legendary Capital, or do you just sit it out in the hallway the whole time? Or should I stand in the balcony and try to use regulars? Well, again, assuming in groups, what we usually do is push in and push into the right and go onto the second floor and kind of just hang there and just murder there. You have, especially if the team is strong enough and basically everybody's running, you know, strikers, you can actually even go 3 strikers and 1 healer if you kind of want to. But also, I wouldn't recommend that. Being 4 strikers is actually very powerful there. And you just kill faster than spawns, basically. Point. Alright, she's just up in front of it. But that's fine. That's especially if we push up. Oh, there's a heavy somewhere.
Agent down.
dog's still alive too. One other thing you can do is actually seeker spam build. That's what we used to do back in the day for high ends, especially. Ran high ends because they didn't have the killing power that strikers do, so you couldn't outkill that room that easily. So a seeker spam build, a hardwired build. Because you can toss the hive of it in there, you can toss the seekers in there. The seekers will just slowly kill away at the things, but then usually, yeah, we would hang out on the hallway.
Stop them, whatever it takes.
Because yeah, the annoying thing is that entrance is the annoying part, unless you use Oxy strats there. That can make that entrance pretty easy and consistent, but if you're not using that, then yeah, the entrance is kind of hard, and then it's kind of risky to do that strat to go in the corner, to go to the second floor and just be up there. Because most of the waves spawn from entry, from where you're entering, on the left side, mostly. And on the first floor, mostly. So if you're on the right side and on the second floor, you kind of have elevation on them and just kill them. Also, yeah, foam eclipse as well, actually. That's also not a bad. Actually, yeah, we usually have 3 DPS on one foam. That's enough. In a random group with no coordination, you're effed. Basically, I would say maybe, well, you can still coordinate. You can just type in the chat and go like, hey, guys, let's all rush in and to the right side and go to the top. But otherwise, yeah, always strats. And then maybe Seeker is actually decent for there because you're kind of independent of your allies. If you'll just kill the stuff. But it is slow. It will make that room from going foam and 3 strikers, doing it in like 3 minutes at most or something, like even if it kind of turns into a struggle, to likely 10 minutes or something, which, you know, isn't great, but yeah, it has some consistency to it. But I would say you're better off just trying to go like, hey guys, let's have one foamer here, or one healer. Healer can do it as well if you're just stacked up all together.
You've got another helo inbound.
Foamer would make it easier. That's gonna love when people like doing the heavy. Well, glad to hear it, Chris, and glad you're enjoying it. I'm enjoying it too, always as well. Hey, we have some fireflies. Let's head on in. Oh, we have this invaded as well. I definitely need to do things and stuff done this week. I can both do the DCD one and also this one, because yeah, technically, so if there is one of those, oh, hopefully you can't aim here. Nice. So this box here is empty. I know that because there's no, like, the marking on the side says if it's empty or not. So you can already guess without even going in. If it has a biohazard sign, it doesn't, or it has it, and if it, otherwise it doesn't.
Vital signs critical.
There's going to be a second one of those.
Viral contamination containers destroyed.
That's the last one. Spawn in the boss.
Viral contamination containers destroyed.
I'll do my thing again against this. That guy. I saw him walking there. I was like, He's gonna walk in front of it, and then he did.
Immediate
That
medical
sniper
assistance
is
needed.
annoying.
Target eliminated.
Whoa. Was that the biohazard team leader?
Nice.
It's a stroke of luck from the goddamn blue.
Let's go get our loots. There's also a key chest in this like one back corner, so be sure to get that.
Mission accomplished.
It's on the pier here. Thought we would get one wave from there, jumping over. Maybe we killed it too quick. And let's go on to title. Finishing this fight. Also, yeah, I should totally remember to turn on directives again because I forgot last time. Donate pay. Donate what? The donate part of Regulus? Oh. Is something broken with it, or you just haven't done the, the raids again? Because yeah, Regulus is well worth getting. Can Plague of the Outcast be spread with the protocol set? What do you mean with the protocol set? Oh, Eclipse protocol. Yeah, no, indeed, that's Tamper says that as well. Yeah, it's a debuff. It's not a status effect. Things that it only does status effects. The most of the debuffs I think I feel are correctly named. So here as well it says a hit applies a debuff, and debuffs are different things basically. Same for instance that what's it called? Opportunistic, for instance, is a debuff. Same for, you know, through Patriot. All of those kind of things. What is our friend doing? Let's trigger the start here. Let's go get our... Actually, let me get the first part of this. Get some food and some... Actually, let's just donate everything. We'll get some food and stuff here. Yeah, I think I was thinking of like system protocol because that's usually what we call. Yeah, we usually shorten that one to just syscore or some people do call it protocol. So I was like, wait, protocol? What does system corruption do?
The explosion can cause a cave-in that'll put you just inside the wall of the
we call Eclipse kind of Eclipse is the other one that we kind of just always call Eclipse, and we forget that. Yeah, that's protocol behind it. Kind of same with Striker. Striker is Striker's battle gear. We never say battle gear really. I think comics actually have ticklish. Haha, you flinched. You lose. First one to flinch loses. If we can, there's a mini tank on that right side that will kill us all. Don't watch out.
System disrupted. System restored.
Ready? Okay, I do want to get these shock rounds here. Let's grab a gun. Is it best to scale as much LMG damage as you can for stronger debuff? Yeah, so for the debuff itself, yes. But honestly, I would recommend for... Well, the thing is, I can't really recommend. Having seen the numbers now, I don't think Pestilence is at all worth it anymore. It was in the running, But the thing is, it didn't get a nerf, so it was what it is now still. But there is now so much more better choices than it, which kind of kill it basically. Because I kind of feel weird about it because it's just it is actually what it always was, and even with Langmo, it kind of got at least the debuff got a buff basically. But yeah, it's the mid tiers have moved up, kind of, and yeah. But yeah, it does scale off of weapon damage, and you want to have total weapon damage talents or things like glass, of course, kind of scale up with it as well, because it is reliant on weapon damage and total weapon damage for that, and then yeah, glass works of course well as well. So.
Enemy transmission intercepted.
I've already opened the door, I
Prep
think.
the helos. We need to get these antivirals out of here. The division
I just fire cam it nowadays.
You need to make sure none of those birds get airborne.
Key chest behind us. Oh.
That unlocks.
One goal going.
Keep an eye out.
It is. Key chest as well. You want it? Yeah, it was never worth it, but I could still recommend it basically on the
Status on those helos.
on just the playstyle difference. You know, it's kind of like the Vindicator. It just forces you a little bit to play a little bit differently, and that's not sometimes enough. But yeah, actually seeing the numbers now, I am not sure
Find a way to keep those helicopters
of that
grounded.
anymore. Even. Yeah, that's just kind of liking our friend giving me. I'm having his drone. I can kill the choppers now. That would make it the last wave.
The helo's out of commission.
How the fuck did that happen?
Got a free out of combat there.
Down. Now. See to it personally.
Extra.
Copy that.
Not that we needed it really, but we're also not in that much of a hurry. Oh, that's heavy. By the time I have my crossbow out, he's dead.
Sounds like you're gonna need all the help you can get. The support team is standing by, but you'll need to figure out a way to get them through the main gate.
Finding 7 other people as a solo who's really done it once, it's quite rough. So, actually, well, I'm gonna guess Thirsty gave you the advice already, but yeah, there's basically a lot of communities that just run. Especially on PC, on Discord, you can go to the, there is the community Discord, which is basically the Reddit Discord, is usually what we call it. But there's the official Discord that doesn't have raid channels anymore or voice channels, so people don't raid there often. But even going to the community Discord, there you can find people that are just doing LFG's raids, basically. Usually as well, a lot of the people that lead those groups are very experienced, and they also kind of are experienced with just running it with, you know, with random. So they have strats that kind of work regardless of the skill level of players, kind of. Which can sometimes be handy. And usually they have like groups of 4 or 5. And then there are also, the communities that are dedicated to just doing runs. And they just, that's all they do. And just help people. So you could, if you're interested in them, there's definitely ways of getting into raids, even as a solo player.
We're pinned down by turrets at the main gate.
Because back when the official Discord actually had raid channels, I used to quite often do it there. You just LFG. You get what you get. Oftentimes there's a few of the names that are up there that that start the raids. Basically, they're basically raid leaders that have the experience. They know what they're doing, and they just lead it. And especially Dark Hours is pretty easy. Iron Horse, of course, needs just a few people to know what they're doing. But that's also the thing. You just really need 3 people that know what they're doing. That's really all you need. I'm gonna wait for them to jump all the way over before I actually start the fire. Just so I don't catch anybody on the other side. Are they? Okay. Just gonna set those heavy on fire for the buff, for the damage buff as well. Try to get some crossbows on them. Crack them. There's some coming from behind as well. That was heavy. Oh, there's 2 heavies in behind. A lot of crossbows. Most of it's coming from behind. All right, that's 4 heavies from behind. They came from behind. I'm gonna do this to help with that box as well. Actually, let's get some shocks in here. Just to disable them a little bit. Stay on that end as well a little.
An agent needs assistance.
If you can, yeah.
I'm ready to open the gate as soon as the area is secure.
Pointless tanking for me just by base tanking basically. Yeah. I checked there. Or did that not?
Now locate those antivirals. As soon as you retrieve
A little messy, but we got
signal
there.
the support team.
We'll stand by here and cover your ass.
Yeah, all those heavies from behind were interesting. 4 of them at once.
Okay, listen up. Plan B. We'll transport the antivirals by hovercraft. I want these cylinders on separate
Gonna see about setting those guys across. Oh, those guys know as well.
We can't let Black Tusk get away with a single sample.
Yeah, he scattered. But yeah, you can kill those guys across. Doesn't really matter. It's just a minor one. So we have this chest. And also the other chest. Friend is in a hurry. But that's okay. We have enough time to get this. Somebody else can help as well. I don't do much damage. I got curious and came to check what's going on. Got some loot out of it. Just made a video about a 3-piece ligma with perfect ensemble force. Well, that is a top tick, but that actually is still losing out because the thing you have to do lose with, because honestly, I think the best setup for Pestilence is actually to put it on Striker.
That's gotta be the
Your debuff goes down to like 800-ish K, But you get, for that, you get a much more usable weapon, just because as well you have the weapon handling, which you're using a weapon that will not have a, like, you can't put fast hands on it, you can't mitigate its reload with much other things. So that 15% is just, is godsend. And of course, yeah, Striker's damage makes just the part of you shooting it so much more powerful. Because that's the thing with Pestilence always, and has always been it. The debuff is nice, actually killing things is much better. And actually killing things usually ends up not being the best highest debuff, because actually, unless you're going backbone, because you can go backbone and then kind of benefit a little bit more, but if you're actually avoiding backbone and want to just go vigilance, the high-end version will likely just still, but then still, yeah, with 3 pieces Legmo, but likely the Striker P1 is just actually the answer. Just because overall you're doing so much more damage. You're doing so much more damage per second on your weapon versus the debuff.
Additional code storage device detected.
It's like to see it fail flat. Yeah, it needs a little bit of a buff, and hopefully maybe it'll still get it, because that's the thing. Like, nothing got nerfed or anything, so they still can do it in the future. Actually, a bunch of weapons could use quite a bit of an increase, and hopefully they still just do.
Wyvern, hostiles captured one of the cylinders.
There is always hope.
Hold the bridge and protect that cylinder.
A 5 buff? Oh, supercharge. Oh, nice. Okay. I don't notice. Oh, I think Fuengo went to healer. Yeah. By the looks of things.
Requesting support fire. We've got hostiles on the bridge.
Request denied. We
That
can't
one.
risk those antivirals.
Copy that.
This is Thunderbird. I'm making an attack run on that hovercraft.
Oh.
Negative, Thunderbird. They'll tear you to
Trying to
pieces.
push all the way up here. I want to be here in a second. This way. That way. Okay. We'll just shock that thing and just move past that. Oh no. That worked out. We punched this thing to death. How does scaling work in this game? If I'm level 19 and my mate wants to start playing, can we play together and scale, or scaling sucks? No, scaling works pretty well. You can just play together with differing levels. The thing is, though, that you will have to likely, if they start playing, they need to be eligible for the content. So likely you will have to join them and just redo a bunch of stuff. Basically what you've done all the way up to 19. Kind of redo it with them in their world. So go to their world and then do it with them, basically.
You want me to run away? I thought you knew.
But no, yeah, scaling works decently well. It scales the players up to one level underneath the top level of the player, or the top player. The gear and stuff gets scaled up as well, so they do actually, you know, they have... Oh, Willis... nah, he won't. I always like it when they slide here, but he needs to be a little bit more forward. Yeah. So yeah, you can definitely do that, and yeah, you can mix and match, but the thing is more that they need to be eligible for the content, so you likely will need to redo parts with them to get them up to the point that you were at, basically, and then you're eligible for, and then both of you are eligible. You can't, like, come do the missions that you are now doing and just skip a bunch, basically. Which, I mean, yeah, could be understandable, right? As Toasty said as well, there. A few people have the opinion that it's bad, but honestly, I don't feel. Because a lot of people always say that, yeah, if you get boosted or something, like you're completely weak or anything. I feel they haven't done it. When they say something.
Launchers prepped.
Talk to me,
They will be weaker than a player at that level, just because they'll likely not have the gear. Especially they'll have green gear and stuff. So.
Christ, she's insane. Agent, do whatever you can to prevent the launch of those.
But yeah, especially during leveling and stuff, where everything's set to story mode and story difficulty, which is pretty low difficulty.
Launchers are loaded.
Yeah, it's not a big issue.
Negative, sir. I refuse.
I mean, there is a decent story to the game, and you do want to go through it at least, and see it once. Even though it's not like a full in-depth story, there is, there's characters, there's things that you kind of need to know to make sense. Like, why are we fighting Black Tusk? Stuff like that.
You won't be disappointed.
But yeah, there's an MMO level basically in its storytelling, which I'm actually not that against. And here we can actually leave the generators if we can. One thing I will do actually here is, just in case we need ammo in between, I'm just actually gonna pop ammo so my allies have it on the ground. And yeah, let's kill this final dog, and then we'll kill the Jennies. I'll keep this thing. Oh, I got this one. I guess I can stay up there. Hold on. It'll take a bit. We have left ammo. And yeah, the reason to do it that way is we get a free out of combat. I was wondering what the hell I'm talking about. Oh, God, I don't have a hive anymore. Thinking of, oh, I'll toss my hive. Yeah, now what? Let's get some sledges going.
Rocket launch backup power activated. Launch sequence initiated.
Is it the mid one? Yeah. I'll get the back. So those things do burn. They don't spread, but you can burn them. So there, it's best if I do it basically, saving my allies the run around. Yeah, that's kind of nice as well, as we got the hard one out of the way. Shouldn't have done this now. As again, I was thinking of pulling out my
Come to save the day,
my hive
You're
there.
a real goddamn hero. Enough small talk.
Get to the flank.
I saved most of my grenades for here. I went out of my way to not use any grenades. Totally didn't forget to, use grenades. That's totally not what happened. Shut up. No, I was actually keeping an eye out on my grenades and going like, yeah, I'll save them mostly for here. Because here they spawn pretty consistently.
Activated. Launch sequence initiated.
And yeah, we'll have the dogs next. Oh no, actually, oh no, we have another way. Humans. We do want to kill this thing, and I will actually kill this thing. I shouldn't have done what I just did there, because the next wave is dogs, and I should have kept it for that. I'll just spell a few of them there. Watch out for a few seconds and I'll get them down.
An agent needs
Sorry.
assistance.
This should be easy to clean up. There are others as well are damaged. And yeah, pretty simple clear of the boss room there.
We'll make sure they get safely extracted.
System reactivated.
I just need to flare and then mission complete. Yeah, this boss room with a good eclipse and good damage dealers is pretty consistently easy. And it's completely shitty if you don't have.
Can't chance those cylinders getting destroyed.
Well, that's a bit of luck.
We got our names out there.
Secure the antivirals and
Cleared
shut down
the
key
invasion.
Black Tusk stronghold.
Because the reason I wanted it gone, especially, is later on this week, likely we'll go do some bounty cheesing maybe.
But there's still more to do.
And I want that zone not to be invaded. Invasion kind of gets in the way there. We are struggling at the end of legendary title at the moment. Any tips? Kill harder. One thing you can do if you don't know it yet is the turrets, killing them like before killing the 2 initial turrets. But likely you know that one already. Without aggroing the rest of the fight. That's a really good one. And then just basically what we usually do is just split, or well, usually I've done it like 3 times recently. But what we ended up doing most of the time is just 2 damage dealers left, 2 damage dealers right, and just killing as fast as we could. Kind of. You just need to survive long enough. If you need to, as well, you could maybe, if you have 3 good damage dealers, 3 good shooters, you could maybe go with FI as well, and just, you know, to help sustainability kind of, or go with a PFE or something like that. It kind of depends on the group maker. Not only did it demand and kill the turrets closest to the entrance, but then hit them stairs or later. Yeah. Because yeah, basically the same strat as I said there, but you just kill the 2 turrets initially. Silently, you EMP them, EMP sticky them, and go and kill them with suppressed weapons, letting you get them out of the way without having to deal with the rest. And then you have kind of, and then you open up the area to fight, basically.
Thank you,
Also, I got a TDI card custom. I don't know if maybe one of you guys needs one, maybe for alt or something. I'll drop it here. Those can be handy. You need one more. Or for donation. I'm good on that comic, but maybe someone else needs one still. Those are handy for the explosive build. I was about to say as well that yeah, if because the duo one was yeah, Hetchler and Toasty, the world record. That's where it's been a week since my last clear. It says no word. So Toasty, when is the you know this, right? When is actually now the cycle for incursion? Like, when is incursion resetting? Because it's definitely, it's not Tuesday, right? I don't remember that much, but actually, yeah, what's on Rigor and Hunter's Fury? We might leave this for a different day.
An agent is no longer
Let's see,
in your
and
group.
leaves this. Yeah, do you guys have anything you guys are after or want to do? Could try SMG area. You guys are up for it, although, because one of the things, there is actually bounty cheese there as well, but it's just less good, especially as well as we'll be hunting some hyenas. Yeah. So incursion reset is Sunday to Monday night, 1 a.m. our time. So that's 1 a.m. CET. Yeah. So about basically between Sunday and Monday, which is a weird is a weird reset time. They need to sync that up with the rest, but yeah, that's likely the answer you were seeking there. You can also always check, as Toasty showed me once, if you go into the incursion and actually, so inside of the incursion, and look at the mission marker when you're in there, it will show you if you will or won't get a key. So you can check if you can get a key from that. So, yeah, you guys up for maybe, because yeah, they're not great. Actually, what are the zones? I mean, chest and halves, right? Oh, actually, we could do that. Are you guys up for maybe some Habsburg cheesing? Because we could farm some bounties in financial district, and they all go to the pier, so we could go farm a few and then go do a few. Oh, I'm just gonna take us there. And then, if they don't want, if you don't want to, that's fine as well. If you've had your fill, but yeah, it was actually a pretty good fast invasion, as expected, though, of course, as well. Yeah, Bum's going for a drink. Yeah, no worries. Well, we'll see about going there and seeing if anything exists there, and then it's likely we need to go there as well, and then set some world directives, and then we'll fight there. Did I miss anything else here?
Safe area detected.
And yeah, Toasty isn't that good. Now, Tasty Dog, Tasty X Dog is much better than him. Opening all those caches so fast, yeah, they need to just they need to add a lot of those kind of. Because yeah, I did find out, as somebody pointed out, that yeah, on PC we can open caches really fast like that. And that isn't available on controller. As even if you're controllering on PC, you can't do it. Wait, let me actually put some directives on. If you guys are up for it, let's take it all the way to 5. Which will limit us on builds, but it will increase our speed of leveling. Let's see. What are you going, Pamic? Regular settler? Yeah. You go that one, I'll go the other one. We'll just be both regular C's. And if anybody else wants to join us, feel free to say so. Yeah, hot shot. And then maybe later on I'll swap to maybe a red build, just so I'll deal with the heavies and stuff. I did some math and found that the apartment is better than an MPX with strained on strikers. Is it actually true? What math did you do that you ended up with that? Because actually, well, I can give you the actual answer, because we made the actual answer today, which is this file, which will lead you to here, which is on strikers, a comparison of all the SMGs with some of the talents. You may notice that on burst, where is it? MPX apartment perfect measured is all the way down there. MPX with strength is a little bit above it. Both of them are way too low to be useful. But yeah, no, measured isn't great. What am I sipping on? Yeah, just a little bit of coffee. Very cold coffee at this point.
Agent detected.
Hey, we have rogues. These guys will be across from here likely. Let's go murder them. We'll get a few purples out of it. Oh, maybe, well, we have the patch. Maybe they fixed this. Maybe they fixed the rogues. We'll see. Likely not, but... normal measure sucks, but perfect measure is like 8% better than strain if you have total weapon. Well, yeah, if you have no total weapon damage, it helps it a little bit, but... I don't believe it still beats strain, though. Not on MPX. Well, if you have full headshot, yeah. Actually, yes. If you have full headshot, but that's also not what I'm doing there. So I have 20% headshot active. Oh, it's not here. Then it's a little bit north. They're likely by that where the propaganda usually is. Yep, there. Wait, that's a named group. That's not the rogues. Wait, where else do they have? This is basically these two places, right? There's nothing else here. Where they spawn. Let's kill this name group anyway. We might have despawned them because we kind of went back into the room.
I'm here to wreck him. See how these bastards like?
Why do I have shotguns? What? Why do I have shotguns? Let's helmets off. Oh, I think somebody opened the shock thing there, right? Yeah. Or did I open the shock things and didn't even notice? Automatically went for it. Yeah, let's get some of these ammo. And yeah, do we have any public executions? That would be nice. We have one there. Let's just run from where we are. Okay. Yep. It just automatically went for it. Yeah. And Hader Mauser. Any yeah. And advice for returning player at level 40. Well, actually, I see already Toasty there linked the recommended build list. Depending on how long away you were, you may want to grab one of them in there. Strikers is currently somewhat the general meta. You could put one of those together to start off with.
Back online.
That will. Oh hey, we won't kill the hostages instantly. That's Black Dusk though.
Hostile control point nearby.
Weapon.
I'll take the dog.
System curtailed. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Where are they coming from? From the north.
Hey, we're tougher than we look.
System reactivated.
Haven't sniped in a while.
Careful! These guys are serious.
Lloyd, the UAV.
Do this! Do this!
Oh, there's more. Oh. Well, somewhat more. Some randoms.
Stay the fuck away! I need to reload! That's it, right?
You know what? I'm missing this thing. Let's just get this thing. Yeah, I want to keep my shield. Let's take. Okay, let's make sure to pick up our bounties as much as possible.
How can I ever repay you?
We really appreciate it.
Can else spawn? Not particularly. Let's maybe go with this territory control while we are trying to find some more. Several with obliterate, but you would use glass cannon. Not particularly, because glass cannon, you would want it to be Cheska, so yeah, that's not gonna work out well. But you can avoid striker by I would just go striker chest. But even then, you likely have calculated it at 100% headshot, which, you know, is just not true. It ends up not being completely true. That's why I'm using 20% as my number there. Because yeah, turning headshot off all the way as well is not fair to it. But even then, both of them will just be completely destroyed by Banshee with the same talents. Mostly because just the MPX didn't get a buff. What? Want to go up the rope?
You're going up in
Blink. And they spawn from back here-ish.
See that pathetic drone?
Beach pop the helmet.
Access key detected.
Nice. I should deconstruct my drone and pick up these. That's to give the answer as well, basically. But yeah, basically have a look through the recommended list for builds that are currently recommended. Grab a few of those and kind of just slowly get back into the game, and then start setting goals for yourself. If you want to maybe get into incursions, which are pretty fun, or other things. It would be use of, there's no reason to use MPX over the Banshee or MPX. Yeah, as you said. What build is Memento good for? A lot of it. For instance, tech tanks, but also just if you're playing solo, it is actually... Strikers is maybe the worst for it, but with high-ends and stuff, and also like Hunter's Fury, you can just very much make it work well. It is an on-kill talent, basically, so it works better solo, particularly, but...
Damn, that's heavy.
System restored.
Wait, ready?
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Where are they coming from, boy? It was... Oh, there-ish. Oh, yeah.
Access key detected.
They got into a scuffle. Surprised that was a headshot. Short game. Wasn't even aiming for him, but we'll take that. Because even in headhunter builds for solo, it's really a good choice, actually. The downside of it is you have to charge it up, and it limits your fast travel possibility as well. Oh, this is a resource convoy.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Oh, that should be fine. Oh.
Serious trauma detected. Agent out of action.
What took me down? Feel I had my shield up. Let's get our resources there. Let's go get our completion. Oh,
Agent
wait.
down.
What got you? Likely the same thing that got me. There's likely some sniper somewhere. Oh, all the way back there. I see him. There we go. Of course, they also drop loot. Let's go back and get our territory control then as well. Yeah. Don't war crime too much, Public. Save some war crimes for later. Different works good as hybrids. The average shot was one of them. The average shot for measure. Wait, did you actually calculate them into the stats? Because that's also important to do. Because it sounds there as if you just. Just to make sure that you're actually. Because they need to go into the stats. They need to go. It needs to be. Oh, hey, we have a public execution there. Let's just run there. We can just run there. The safe house is pretty close, but actually coming from the south, we can have shots easier shots. Yeah, if it's a shareable piece, I can have a look at it. Because 9% seems a lot. I'm pretty sure it's like won't reach up to that. Even without total weapon damage. But yeah, you should be able to link in Twitch chat at the very least. Yeah. So I'll have a peek at it. But he also, one of the reasons, as I said, to see as well at the spreadsheet. So my spreadsheet is with 20% headshot. That will help strained a bit more.
Hostile control point identified.
So that's the reason likely we're differing. But also, yeah, 9% seems a lot. I would be surprised if it would get up that high. What? I didn't even know you could jump up here. I was trying to just jump over the thing, but also me and Pomik did the same thing at the same time.
Incoming hostiles detected.
It's kind of funny.
Vital signs critical.
Only somebody had a spotting drone that they didn't just keep on their back. Oh, that's me actually.
I found him.
We won't let him get away with that. Rest in peace.
Even with determined, I miss. Time to go to bed. Nah. Let's see about getting one more bounty and then we'll just go and cycle a bit. And if anybody else wants to join us, feel free to. As we're just running around. Also, yeah, if you don't have me on your friends list, we can make that happen. Or I can just slash invite you in as well if you don't. Clutter up your friends list. Yeah. Pomik's like, yeah, let's get rid of this dude. He's dragging us down. Let's maybe go clear out this area. Because we can have a public execution spawn in there. And give that game some time to maybe spawn one more. Because if we have one more, then we have 9 of them at the very least. And then that's enough to do for a little bit. And then that's likely it for me. Well, not really. I was just deep in thought there, Muddy, as I see there. All right. Usually, it's more if I'm about to tear somebody's soul out. It usually more starts with a facepalm. That's my go-to usually. We start with a full facepalm, and then go from there. And I'll have a look at that thing in a bit. Do it before the bountying. Giving my allies a second to get a drink or something as well. Forgot about the bleed, of course. Thank you. I'm being a burden on the team. Although I'm doing the spottings, so at least I'm being a little bit. I'm trying to be a little bit useful. The spotting drone is kind of handy, but a hive is also kind of handy. Although what I'll likely do a little bit later on, because we have 2 allies that are also kind of like sharpshootering. If we're going to the bounties, I'll likely swap to they're likely from this side if we're not spotting them. Yep. They are. I'll go likely striker because I'll get enough ammo from others, and then I'll deal with the dogs and the heavies and stuff like that.
Progress halted. Manual override required. Hostile control point nearby.
So we're on that way. Thoughts on the barrel event? It's decent. I kind of like some well, the like ghillie suit thing. It's the veil thing as well. Isn't too bad. It's not my thing, but it isn't too bad. So likely that side now, because otherwise it will get spotted. And it's also just I'm kind of happy that it's actually not that big of a apparel event. Because some of the ones recently were like 30 and stuff. That's a lot. That's like 120 levels. I mean, 120 levels in 2 weeks isn't too bad, but it's, you know, it's more a gripe of me having multiple accounts. But that's, you know, I'm doing that. I could just not do that and just, you know, be happier. I know there's some assholes over there, but let's just leave them because they won't give us XP. Yeah, let's maybe go deal with this propaganda. Just so we're doing something. Hopefully one more execution spawns in. Otherwise we'll just go, if it gets nighttime, we'll just go deal with the bounties that we have. So. And if you want to keep your ammo, I'm out of the safe house now, so you can spawn in now. I'm curious now as I see some discussion about that. I thought perfect measure. I know you can't. Yeah, as Toasty said as well, you can't add amps together like that because that's not how they work. You have to separate them out. But also for this, it doesn't really matter that much. Oh, no, wait, because what were the numbers you said they were? Last number, sorry. No, although yeah, if you do 100 times 1.25, yeah, that is 150. You can combine them like that, but you usually want to avoid that just for confusion's sake. No, actually, the way the timer is doing it, you just don't want to combine them like that just for, like, you just want to have separate amps just to have the slots be different. But yeah, you can, if you multiply them together, you can't add them together, but yeah, if you multiply them together, it does actually work. Because they have it there as well.
Hostile broadcast detected.
Allies are waiting for me there. Sorry for the wait, as always.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
But also, if you have 100 stacks from Striker, you'll likely have total weapon damage, is the thing as well. Because you wouldn't go, well, actually, no, well, you're going glass, right? Okay, yeah. Yeah, glass on that is such a, like, because you're getting all of the downsides of glass, but although, well, for this calculation, that's the thing. You would have it be obliterate, because that's the same 25% at max. You only need to stack 25, like you only need to stack one mag. It stays for 10 seconds nowadays as well. And you don't have the downsides of glass for the same amount and on cap. Even though, of course, you need to stack it, but still.
Manual override. Progress resumed.
So at firing time. Because how are you doing the plus percentages? Actually, let me bring up talent. I'm gonna guess my allies now. I'll get carried for a second. So let's take MPX stats.
Report to the nearest safe house. We'll help if we can. Attention. This area is protected by the peacekeepers. If you're looking to start some shit, start it somewhere else.
As I'm trying to parse where the... It's likely the difference is in how you're calculating the rate of fires. Because that can indeed bump it up quite a bit. Also, yeah, I'm doing it at 155. Let's do it at that 130. Let's see what that gives. 130. Actually, you don't have headshot in there, though. I mean, it doesn't matter for this. If you guys could check if there's actually anything spawned on the map. In the meantime, as I take a second here.
Friendly reminder to any Rikers, cleaners, and rogue agents. We will shoot first and ask questions later. If you're looking to switch sides,
let's move this over here and take away this total weapon damage.
Attention. This area is protected by the peacekeepers. If you're looking to start some shit, start it somewhere else.
Right about this. Because I don't calculate out firing time. Let's see what the firing time here has.
This area is protected by the peacekeepers. Any civilians in need of assistance, report to the nearest safe house. We'll help if we can. Attention. This area is protected.
Yeah, our RPMs are different. I don't actually remember how I calculate RPMs out here, but I remember Rossi piping in and he had rate counted them. So where is the...
Speaking for the peacekeepers. If you approach any of us with a weapon, we will assume...
Is actually, do you have the RPS in here?
Don't do that.
For it?
Okay.
Sometimes 135.
This area is protected by the peacekeepers. Any civilians in need of assistance, report to the nearest safe house. We'll help if we can. This is Paul Rhodes of the
Oh, you're doing it additively to there.
Peacekeepers. If you approach any of us with a weapon, we will assume you mean us harm. Just
I see now.
okay?
So is that 135 and the .95?
Friendly reminder to
Yeah, I would have to. Yeah, let's not spend too much time there. But yeah, we're doing different things with the firing time. Probably surprised if it would be that big of a difference. Because at most, with the same stats, I'm getting 4.something%. But I'd have to look deeper into it. Yeah, I don't think much else is spawning here. Let's go do the bounties that we have. We should have. Well, we have 2. Yeah, we can do 6 of them. Start with this one. Because yeah, it's nighttime, not a lot less spawns at nighttime.
Target is nearby.
Blood circles are now with measured gives. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like you're going out of your way to go to glass, but that's not what actually would be done. Just as a because you would have that 25 total weapon damage clogging up a little bit for the amount of that it gives in an actual build kind of thing. I should deconstruct my thing. Wait, is he still alive here then? Oh. And now let's go do this crazy bullshit. I've never seen that name before. I feel that that is a memorable name that I would memorabilia it a little bit. Let's clear out these guys because I think I cracked this helmet. I hope. It's nice of them to not get back up again. Hey Jay, give me. Oh wait, even more. Sir, could you give me your head?
These assholes. Got you down, motherfucker!
Serious trauma detected.
One second, I'll go a red build. I'll just go almost striker. Just so we have something to deal with the heavies and such, and warhounds. Because the Palmwick will generate some ammo, I know that as well. Measured as a separate rate of point and then changes everything. I assume. Yeah, no, it adds into the rate of fire thing, but yeah, I have to look at it. I was looking at there and going like, what was I doing with it? But because yeah, I as well do it separated out like that, but even then, even if it isn't even a separate, or if it is like even if you treat it as a separate, I'm not getting the same like numbers out of it. No, the rate of fire like as a stat is just additive to each other. So the annoying thing is also it's in the end still just not even a worthwhile thing to really although it would be better to have the because I think actually my calculator, yeah, I haven't set it up to actually do it like that, but I totally could because I could take do an expected rate of fire kind of thing, which is actually a good point maybe, but
Got you down, motherfucker!
I'm more surprised that it's leaning up that high. Uh oh. That's a lot of them. That was a lot of them.
I'm gonna hit it from the side.
That's the target, Agent.
Luckily, it's not the other one that makes you lose ammo when you reload. Okay, all the names are out, so we actually won't have an extra wave, I think.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
You got the target. Nice.
Alright. It's fine.
Agent down.
I'm a little bit closer. Allies.
Target neutralized. Good work.
Oh, extra wave, nice.
You got the target. Nice.
And yeah, we might get one of those rare Habsburgs. I wouldn't mind getting a set eventually for this account, but also it's never gonna happen basically. And then what we do here is we just run out again. And go to the street, and then we can do another bounty here. Did I miss anything else in there? Yeah. This is input neuron. Yeah. That's and yeah, I need it as a thought exercise. It can be.
Hold still.
Just to do the theoreticals, basically. Because actually, I'm doing it indeed wrong by not actually dealing with the rate of fire as additive, but I can alter the numbers to actually be that. And I'll be curious if we match up there. I wouldn't expect that to make that much of a difference. Oh yeah, let's open up my next one. This is my last one. As we only went and farmed a few.
Target is near you, Agent.
So after this one, my allies will do it. But yeah, this place, it likes putting it here. Also, let me actually grab let's grab this. Vision is handy. Six crit. Just make sure ads don't spawn indefinitely before killing the turrets, so I can clear the waves. Yeah, there is an end to it. That's usually as well. You leave the third turret till afterwards. Because it's kind of impossible to push into it without, like, unless there's a PFE in the team. But then also you have the damage loss of a PFE in the team.
That's your target.
Oh no, okay, actually, Toasty says there are 5 waves. Oh, we don't have any extra waves here. I'm a coming. I know we're gonna have extra waves, so let's try to reach that point that we can spawn camp that building. They spawn from this building over here-ish.
Target neutralized. Good work. Target down. Good job.
Hostiles have shield.
Target spotted, Sheriff.
Confirmed.
You got the target. Nice.
Great, we got the target. Nice.
Cleaning up the streets one bad guy at a time. Nicely done, Sheriff.
Or is that a share? Well, that is a share, like, yeah. On a random item. But yeah, feel free to just keep them if you need them yourself when you go. I have some saved up. Pretty handy for expertising. Is perfect intimidate worth it over regular intimidate plus? No. So the gap, even though perfect intimidate went up as well, I would say the gap between them is because the gap actually decreased. So normal intimidate went up more than perfect intimidate did. So especially if it's competing with Cheska, it's definitely not going to win. I actually need to kind of calculate that, but I'm pretty sure actually even against group mode will kind of be the same amount, and it's a harder piece to get. Unless you're going for regen, unless you're specifically going to use 2 pieces of Golan anyway, then it can be the filler piece for that, for regen, but yeah, that's not. You know, if somebody else has one to pop before that dark spot, since... Because yeah, we should have some picked up. You using St. Elmo's over F2000? Yeah, for now. I don't have F2000 yet on all my characters. I'm starting to load them up basically with some. Replacing some FAMASes here and there. But this character doesn't have that yet, so. Elmo's it is. Elmo's is still good. I would definitely still say S tier wise, it's FAMAS F2000 and Elmo and EB. Each with their own like things that they're good at. Because the FAMAS even being behind the F2000, it's still more accurate to me. To me, I can keep it better on target than an F2000. Well, even on target, it just on target or keeping it on target is harder. But if you can already do that, then it's actually more accurate than the F2000. So less shots will miss. And Eagle Bearer, especially solo, if you make tenacity work, is like Pretty good.
Critical. Agent out of action.
Let me test my hive. Hey, my hive still works. Good. Now we know. That was important. Well, actually, for this kinds of fights, I'd likely go with the ACRE, honestly, because kind of ammo conservation matters. Not that much, but, you know, I am reliant
Target neutralized.
on ammo.
Good work.
And these fights over, like, mission fights are much more likely to be in close range, and also the enemy's not... We're going to spawn camp them, basically, so they're not going to be behind cover, so the shock isn't as annoying. But yeah, we have also doubles. We have Quake, and then Quincy. Alright, I'm going to kill this guy first.
Target spotted, Sheriff.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Get these bastards off of me!
I just need to keep him busy to see my allies moving up behind them.
You got the target. That's your target. Target neutralized. Good work.
Oh wait, did we all go reddish
You
or
earned yourself
something?
another bounty.
Yes.
Well done.
Oh no, actually, it's a shotgun. Never mind. I went red as well. No, that's still fine then. But I might go back to Regulus then, maybe. Although we're basically fine. Let's just run as we are. Let me catch up on this. So basically, we have to get one free with us, including all three. First shot is being fired at 0 seconds, which could negative. But yeah, that wouldn't make a big difference either anyway. But also, how are you even doing that? Because I don't think you are actually. Because it's just calculating
Hostile broadcast picked up.
bursts as normally, right? Yeah. Unless there is... Or is that second one? Oh, wait, what is this? Oh, they're both called burst 1 assist. I was confused there for a second. Yeah. But yeah, if you just calculate DPS, that doesn't start from 0 seconds. That's just... It calculates the 1 second point, and 0 is 0.
Hostile broadcast detected.
Target is near you, Agent.
Because yeah, I don't see you adding a shot in, but that would also basically be weird. Because yeah, DPS doesn't start on 0. I know a few people are adamant about those kinds of things. It doesn't. They just don't understand DPS. Because when you have one number, you just need 0 to be 0. That is what like all per second things are kind of based on. Even like miles per hour kind of things and stuff. Kilometers per hour.
System back online.
Did the video on it? Oh, that's across chats. Okay, yeah, indeed. As Funky said there, Mike, the black market is the preferred one.
Target spotted, Sheriff.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
It has just a little bit more stability than the rest and a little bit better firing pattern, but it's not a game changer. But yeah, if you're going for the best, you know, you're going out farming. Yeah, that's a fire cam. I'll respawn in actually. Certain games deal less burst but more sustain than FAMAS and of 2000, so you can make it worse now. Well, actually, the AKM deals, depending on setup, more even than both of them. But the accuracy is kind of out there.
You got the target. Nice.
The only downside of dying like that is ammo. There's some there. I should maybe go Eclipse here, actually. Eclipse is nice for this door.
That's the target agent.
On the way.
Let's go over here.
Vital signs critical.
Target neutralized.
Bouncing around in that cover is weird.
Target spotted, Sheriff.
What I could do as well, actually, is this. That helps a bit.
You got the target. Nice.
Grenades can cross boundaries. Grenade launchers.
Cleaning up the streets one bad guy at a time. Nicely done, Sheriff.
Yeah, indeed. I'll actually let my allies make the run here. I'll just fast travel to them. 6 hour farming, crafting, work, and rolls, and still I'm broken inside. I know that feeling. Yeah, I went through it. You'll well, it'll be worth it if you get it eventually. It feels really good. I remember
Hostile broadcast picked up.
whenever I was just making me not want to play the game. Yeah, don't overdo it as well with it. Like, it is an upgrade, but it is an expensive and hard to get upgrade. And if you stop playing the game, you deal 0 damage. There's players that aren't playing the Division to deal 0 DPS. Turns out. So yeah, don't burn yourself out. If you need to, just take a break from it. Come back to it. There's also, I would say, farming. If you're farming countdown for it, that's like that's even harder. If you have several K watch points and you can like do 1v runs, that is a little bit more, you know, doable, I would say. Why did it take cover there? That's why. Mostly because in Countdown, basically not every drop is going to be a backpack. Where even when you're crafting, you're getting basically 150 backpacks if you're just going from an empty inventory and just doing it with watch points and stuff. And even then, it takes forever. So imagine the amount of backpacks you would need and chests before it's like kind of evens out against that. That adds a lot. Also, kind of depends on if you're willing to go a little bit lower and go for just having headshot on it and not having the weapon handling with the vigilance and the
Target down.
Headhunter. It's a lot more attainable. But yeah, especially if you're going for what's the one? If you're going for that all out. Wait, what? Where did the wave spawn? If you're going all out for the weapon handling variant as well, then yeah. That's asking a lot. Bombing open.
That's your target.
That's more hands. That's heavy.
Serious trauma detected.
I'm just gonna go through the chest, but
You got the target.
faster.
Target spotted, Sheriff.
That worked. Kinda. Oh, yes, flame.
Assistance needed.
Target neutralized. Good work.
That made sense. Heavy with some flames.
Like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
2 more brandies, have 1 more. Okay. Yeah, let's use let's use up what we have. That will likely be it for me as well. We'll say we tried. If nothing else, we got some crafting components to craft here, maybe. And indeed, as Pomik said, they're the pieces everybody's usually going for, as I was way earlier in the chat. I didn't catch that one at the time. But yeah, the chest and the backpack with weapon handling, headshot, and then vigilance or headhunter. Because you need all of it to be there, so you can re-roll the core to being red. And that's kind of hard. I'm actually gonna fast travel here once my allies are there. We're gonna.
Hostile broadcast detected.
Yeah, so most of the time, well, you can buy just off the vendors if it is available. So it is contingent on that, on it being available on the vendors. I don't think it's available this week. I think Cassie might have it, but yeah, you just go and buy 150 from the vendors, and then just spend that to craft with. So usually I buy till we have 750. Yeah, let's run in. Actually, we can. These guys won't follow us. Let's see. We've already set up 750, and then I go craft 150 backpacks. Because usually I'll do it on a watch alt, because usually you need a watch alt for that amount of resources, kind of. And then
They're going for it.
just empty inventory. Because that's usually why we're checking vendors for like brands like that, like Habsburg. Sometimes Brazos as well, when people kind of want to make some Brazos type builds. You can do it that way as well. Oh, we're spawning upstairs. That's gonna be a shock. Luckily chucked everybody. So where did you go away? Oh.
Agent down.
That's your target.
Should have enough pickups here to get my hive back. Maybe. Yep, nice. Let's head on in. I'll help with this one.
UAVs are up.
Vital signs critical.
Oh, that was never gonna end well for me.
Agent in. An agent needs assistance. Rogue artillery turret detected. Hostile artillery turret detected.
You got the target.
Out there.
Nice. Target neutralized. Good work.
No bleed, no bleeds.
Serious trauma detected.
You got the target. Nice.
I think should despawn.
That's another one down. Good job, Agent.
Do we have any bounties remaining? Headshot chance. Because I'm out. Still like only the daily one, but no one doesn't go. Okay. Oh well, yeah. If you're, then let's go do yours, Fungal, and then we'll end it after that. This feels safe, right? Well, I should stand here and just do some dances, you know, or just find my zen. Yeah. Peace and quiet underneath the car. I feel I'm about to be, yeah, just God can't save you. Yeah, not from that level of stupidity.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Oh, there we go.
Target is near you, Agent.
And we can just run in here. Actually, I can. It's the nice thing with pickups sometimes is, yeah, Yeah, let's actually kill this guy. This guy will send his drone behind it. Of course he drops loot. Why wouldn't he drop loot? Wasn't even talking.
Broadcast picked up.
Road trip, Matt Hopper, and stoked. Well, I'm stoked to kill Matt Hopper. On a road trip we go. Kill Matt Hopper.
Those greedy fucks got
Actually, did I miss anything here? Kind of did, but a lot of it. Kind of focused on here. That's a ratified my best. So for our LMGs, usually the best bang for the buck is crit chance. Crit chance as the third stat. But of course, crit chance is only gettable if you if it fits in your build. That's also why even in my LMG comparison, with going Coyote especially, because I wanted to have Coyote in, also with the Coyote at 15 to 25, it was the best option. So it was much better than trying to crit chance and go contractors or something. Because Coyote just still beat that. So it was also the better choice for the comparison that we were doing. But yeah, that comparison was reliant on, not getting contractor or not getting Coyote from anybody else or from someone else. Because if you're getting it from someone else, you can go, you can actually go.
Rogue assault turret detected.
Crit chance third stat, go with Cheska chest and contractor, or Cheska piece and contractor. You want to go for 200 stacks.
Target down. Good job.
And then yeah, crit chance third stat is best bang for buck.
Got the target. Nice.
But it doesn't just always fit in every build, is the downside. But yeah, rate of fire is usually the better choice over other things like DTA or stuff like that. Great grenade launcher, pretty OP.
Target neutralized. Good work. Looks like you earned yourself another
If
bounty.
used smartly, grenade launcher pretty OP. That one's expensive though. Still need a police T82, T82-1. But not that one. We'll still put it in the stash. Because I need to complete my collections again. Because with the SMGs, I've taken them down to having only the one of each one, basically, especially if they're basically the same. I'm pulling that up again to not be that. Just be each and every variant. Okay, so we have 2 more of these. Let's go do them. Another one. Yeah. I feel if you shoot it there, it should just fall down and just kind of like in Countdown with the barrels, or in Descent with the barrels.
Detected.
Actually gonna go pick up these grenades. Might as well. I think Pomek is too close. Are you? Maybe. Could try popping it.
Target near you.
Actually. Oh no, actually no. Pomek paid attention. Oh wait, we can stay all the way over here. Okay, never mind. I was being way too conservative. I'm going way too far. I feel I had that exact same revelation one other time as well. And I've forgotten it since, basically. I'll just take that bleed. Her lip hedgy and angry. I do love the Black Tusk names. They're always just the weirdest ones. Where are you going?
That's the target, Agent.
Got a beat on that agent. Keep clear.
So I'm gonna get myself spotted.
Grenade launch.
Target spotted, Sheriff.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
You got the target.
Oh, what?
Agent out of
Oh, hi there.
Agent vital signs 0.
Target neutralized. Good work. That's the target, Agent.
Got a jammer here.
Rogue hive detected. Hostile hive detected.
Target down. Good job.
System malfunctioning.
Cleaning up the streets one bad guy at a time.
Did we have one more, or was that the last one? Actually, I lost count.
System restored.
Oh, I'll share this with my allies. So that's that. One more, please. And then yeah, let's go. And either Kadu and wait, hi and good night, or is it, or is that something else, GN? Although well, actually, it is night, of course. Yeah, it is. It's not the good night of like good nights off to bed, but it's the good night of the normal nights. Wait, what do we get in combat with? Oh.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles. System curtailed. System reactivated.
Target is near you, Agent.
You don't say, Manny. Oh wait, this is the daily one? Oh yeah. Oh, let's do it anyway. It's normal though. Oh, it didn't spawn anything here. We'll just end it with this. We'll only spawn 2 waves, of course. That's in the background as well. I'm fixing up the camera. Wait, where are they? Oh. There's just so few of them that I barely see it. Don't have enough pulse.
That's your target.
Seems a little bit unfair what I did there, man.
You got the target. Nice.
Yeah.
Looks like you earned yourself.
Actually,
well done.
Either of you two wants this backpack. Feel free to take it. It's a headshot with vigilance, but it's status effect. So it's not the best one, but it is still good. As a starter piece. Really want that card to fall well. Maybe in Division 3. Maybe in Division 3 we'll make the car fall. Gonna jump back to Haven. Clean up there. And that'll likely be it for me for today. As well. So actually closing a bunch of tabs I don't want. And 2 chests. Okay.
Hey there, you got something to trade?
Also, I had this. Although, well, this thing isn't worth using, but maybe if you want to play around with it. Tactical 308 with with Determined then. And free 3rd statable, but I'll see if I get anything in these chests or such. I'm gonna hang on to one more crit chance roll. Yeah, let's pop the caches as well. Curious to see how far I am in the barrel event with today's playtime. Stoner with headshot and ranger. That makes sense. With trauma. This might be a. Let me actually do these pieces first.
You looking to trade?
And I did see 511 is on one of the vendors. I'm curious, is this just luck? Is it or unluckiness? Or did they mess this up again? This is a carbine 7 with overflowing. Like I feel that yeah. And this thing isn't bad. Say this though. Actually, I'm gonna hang on to this one. I'm gonna put it on the ongoing directive, maybe. Although, yeah, now Carnage, Carnage actually. I mean, it's barely beating out the RPK, right? Oh, it wouldn't even beat out the RPK. We have to recalculate a bunch of stuff actually as well. Like, what is the best choices for ongoing directive now and stuff like that. But we'll keep this one as an option because I think actually this with crit chance would be really good for ongoing directive build. Oh, nice. Expertise 11 reached. That's nice. Also, if anybody wants this thing, it's a silly thing. Too bad it's not glass or something. Could have been useful. Although, well, yeah. Trauma could be funky. And hey there, Danny. Oh yeah. Well, we're gonna actually. Well, actually, no, we can't, right? Is Carbine 7 craftable? No, right? That's the. Yeah, no. That would have made the farming of it so much easier in the past. But yeah, likely just unlucky. Oh well, no, we had the stoner there with Ranger, right? So that was in the same fix, or stoner with something else than like overflowing. So it was just unluckiness. But yeah, I'll even made micro almost everything you need to spam something. Yeah. Yeah, I do the same for buying from vendors and crafting and stuff. I just make macros. Just it should just be a slider. That's literally what that should be. You should literally be able to walk up to this guy and go like, hey, I want 150 of these. Instead of just going one by one, there should be a slider here so you can pick 150 or whatever remaining inventory you have and just fill up that way. And same for crafting. Hey, I want to craft 50 of these. Same for expertise. I want to go to expertise. You know, I want to take this weapon instead of doing step by step. Instead of going one level per time, I want to do 20 levels in one go. You know, stuff like that. And just the sliders. They need to add sliders to everything. They need to basically... what restaurant is that in America? I was going to say Old Castle, but that's not it, right? Oh, White Castle, right? Sliders. They need to go the White Castle route and go all sliders on everything. Yeah. A conspiracy theory, yeah. And they rolled back the game and they made Cassandra pay for it. That's exactly right. But yeah, we're gonna leave it there. I'm gonna go find somebody to raid. I'll thank Pamik and Foingle. That's a fun name to say actually. For joining me for some encouraging and some. Actually, I'm gonna go to DC. You guys want to join me? We'll go over there just to. But then I'll leave the group as well. And yeah, thanks for joining and hanging about and doing the invasion and some bounty cheesing.
Safe area entered.
But yeah, I'm gonna do the GGs and do the leave groups.
You have left the group.
Yes, we'll stand here on with our, because yeah, we were in the financial district and we accidentally found Dragov's bonus armor, like his extra set of clothing, and we were just like, you know what, we'll just wear it. But yeah, we'll leave it there. I'm gonna go find somebody to raid, as we often do. At least for the Twitch end, because yeah, the YouTube guys, you guys, I can't do anything to you guys. You guys are not under my control in that way. I'm just briefly gonna check these two names and what they are doing.
Thanks for your business.
I'll have a brief look here as well. So, not sure if. It's yeah. No, we'll just do Lil Huge, even though we did them a few days ago, but just don't see any other names that I recognize. We'll just go the easy route. So yeah, I'm gonna send everybody over there. Have fun. They're doing Dark Hours by the little thumbnail I see there, I think. Is that Dark Hours? That is indeed Dark Hours, as we have some Kerman coffee right in front of us. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, likely even in the afternoon, as I've likely some time, and we'll try to get some. We'll make a choice on a build showcase, I think, and maybe do some prep work for that.
Nice to
And likely during this week, we'll do a build showcase. And tomorrow as well, I'll stitch together that SMG video and it'll go up tomorrow. So. Yeah, thanks everybody for joining. And I'll end it off here, as I always do, after this timer runs out. And that is, of course, by me saying, as always, that's a long timer. As always, have a good night.